Welcome to my channel. Like and subscribe for more videos like this. I time traveled a little too early. Chapter 1 George Orwell. After graduating from graduate school at the age of 25, I joined an after-school training institution that was just emerging at the time. I had the consciousness of being a worker and worked overtime diligently. 10 years have passed and I have endured the hardships of society and have lost all my edges and corners. Nowadays, when everyone is a master and a turtle, they can only survive in the company by working overtime and being flattering. At the age of 35, with thin hair and a fat body, I finally got the opportunity to follow the big boss to study the market abroad and establish the first overseas branch. Then, while he was on his way to buy groceries for department colleagues in his spare time, a car participating in the cops and robbers chase, a unique event in this country, hit him directly. The moment Jiao Ji took off, he thought about his ordinary life as an orphan. He thought about the 25-year mortgage payment, the new house he had only lived in for a year, and the girlfriend he just had, who was so cheap. But when I saw Xiao He with braids in the car, my last thought was why human skin has this color. Then, I don't know anything anymore. The time is December 1919, 12, early morning. In this life, his name is George Orwell, and he just turned 16 a month ago. Yes, he was reborn in America and did not return to that beautiful country. His parents in this life were unfortunately infected with influenza in 1918 and failed to survive. They both died in May last year. George could feel that he was truly reborn in this world, not a ghost or a half-transmitter. Because he has complete memories and emotions since he was a baby in this life, but before the age of 16, he was only awake for 6 hours a day, and the rest of the time was hazy, leaving only basic reactions to external stimuli, which caused the reason for this outcome lies in George's mind. As George gathered his mind and focused on the sea of spiritual consciousness, he saw a bead floating in the sea of consciousness. And this bead was a jade-like bead that George received as a gift from his Chinese boss when he was buying souvenirs for his former colleagues. This sea of spiritual consciousness was also opened by this bead in this life, and was slowly sensed by George as he grew older. The diameter of the bead is only 2 or 3 centimeters, but it is filled with grey mist, making it difficult for people to see it clearly. It is floating and spinning in the sea of one's consciousness. The reason why most of these 16 years have been muddled is that this bead is further integrating with George. The spiritual accumulation of 2 lives after rebirth finally completed the recognition of its owner on the night of his 16th birthday, and George is completely bound to it. And Chaos Bead is the name of this bead. According to the vague consciousness transmitted from the Chaos Bead, George learned that the predecessor of the Chaos Bead was the Hongmeng Bead. The Hongmeng Pearl is a supreme treasure transformed from the origin of Hongmeng, containing the laws of the 3000 Great Dao. Within the Hongmeng Pearl, there is a Hongmeng world. If the heaven and earth are created within the Hongmeng Pearl, one can become a saint of the way of heaven who can prove the way and become a saint with his strength. In the past, when Pangu opened the sky, the Hongmeng Pearl escaped the great catastrophe of opening the sky and escaped from the 3 realms and 6 paths after the Battle of the Gods. The prehistoric world was shattered. Hongmeng Pearl unexpectedly appeared in Xixiao Palace. Pangu and Sanking came to repair the broken prehistoric world. Recreating the great god Pangu's act of opening the sky in the past, each holding the 3 treasures of opening the sky, created the heaven and the earth in the Hongmeng Pearl. However, the Hongmeng Pearl could not withstand the destructive power, and the origins of Hongmeng spread out and merged with the laws of the prehistoric world. As a result, the Hongmeng Pearl degenerated into a Chaos Pearl. Through research, George discovered that while the Chaos Bead itself is absorbing external energy and evolving infinitely, it will also feed back to this body part, slowly improving all the attributes of this body. You can see it when George passes by. Underneath the golden hair, there is a face that is young but resolute and handsome, and the black eyes exude a mysterious brilliance. Although he is not tall at 175 centimeters tall, his abdominal muscles like Roman sculptures also show his strong strength. Don't think that the height of 175 centimeters is nothing. This is the United States in 1919, not the 21st century with big muscles in later generations. In addition, there is a space of about 100 cubic meters inside the chaos bead, and the space is surrounded by gray mist. This space will slowly expand over time. At the top of this space, there are light spots like stars dotting it called 3000 worlds. George can extract an item from one of the stars once a day. As long as he uses his mind to explore that star, he can extract a light group. If he pops the light group, he can use it directly. It may be a treasure, a skill, or a bloodline. Anything is possible. But each world can only be drawn 3 times. The time can be 1 day, a month, a year, or even accumulating energy all the time. This energy can be used to extract items or expand space. It is up to George to decide. Over the next month, George drew a total of 6 times. The first 3 times were items that George extracted from the world of the deer and the cauldron. On November 19, 11, a panlong jade handle with 5 claws engraved on it and fastened with a gold wire buckle was extracted. It seemed to be a royal object, and the 5 claws engraved on it must have been used by the emperor. As a flower grower in his previous life, George fell in love with this handle as soon as he got it. He plays with it all the time these days when he has nothing to do. On November 19, 11, the second drawing was held. It's a gold ingot, weighing 3 grams, or 500 ounces. According to the 17.6 gold price, at $1,919 per ounce of gold, 35 ounces was $17.60. On November 19, 11, the item drawn was a dagger. After George's test, this dagger can easily cut through steel bars as thick as a finger, and is now the most suitable for self-defense. The next 3 items are the 3 items that George gets from the Japanese anime world The Little Master of China, drawn once a week. They are the chef talent of the protagonist Lu Engxing in this world. George feels that he can also make glowing food. He directly used this talent to crush the light group. Then there are the recipes of the world, including all the cuisines that appear in the animation and those that do not. After George crushed the ball of light, a lot of information poured directly into his mind. This chaos bead is really thoughtful, and the recipe is perfect with the chef's talent. Recalling the knowledge in his mind, this also let George know that the skills injected into him were learned directly. In other words, the proficiency level was directly maxed out. After teaching the recipe of steamed mutton dumplings to the chef who took care of his life, George knew that the skills he learned could also be taught to others. Finally, there is a Garuda sword, one of the most precious 8 treasures in the world. What this knife is best at is handling birds and animals, keeping the meat fresh and tender. When the heir holds this sword, the phoenix pattern will appear. After a month of testing, 2 things can be initially determined. First, the higher the world, the better the things it can extract. Second, the more energy units you accumulate, the better things you can extract. In order to facilitate recording, George decided to use 1 unit of energy to represent the energy accumulated in a day, which is 7 energy in a week. Looking out the window and seeing the endless farmland is the legacy left to George by his parents in this life. A 4,500-acre mixed farm in Tennessee. If he owned this farm in the 21st century, George felt that he could stay on the farm and draw chaos beads until the last day of his life. However, this is America in 1919, and last year's flu was terrible. In the 1918 influenza pandemic that swept the world, approximately 5,000 to 1 million people died. This number is much higher than the total number of people who have died from AIDS over the years, but this pandemic, known as the global plague of the century, has also brought about tremendous changes in American medical research, talent training, and even the entire field of natural science research. The most conservative estimate of the death toll from that flu was 2,100 million, when the global population was less than 1/3 of what it is today. This number was an estimate based on research on the disease at the time and was often quoted in newspapers later, but it is certainly not accurate. Later epidemiologists estimated that approximately 1 million people died in the pandemic worldwide, and this number may even be as high as 3 million. For George, who knew the historical development trends of later generations, this influenza virus outbreak was just a prelude to the country's disaster. During this period, continuing to operate a farm was not an option. George straightened his clothes, opened the door, and walked down the stairs. "Hey, George, are you feeling better? You can rest a little longer." The person speaking with a cane was Ryan Carr. He was the adjutant of his cheap father in this life during World War I, but he was discharged from the army due to a leg injury during the war. Because he was alone, and his life was saved by his father during the war. He stayed with his father and became something like a butler. It was Ryan Carr who took care of the family while his parents contracted the flu. "Uncle Ryan, you know, I am completely healed. My disease was cured a month ago," George said with a wry smile. Ryan Carr looked at George with soft eyes. "Yeah, it would be nice if Vincent and Kayla could see it." Ryan noticed George looking at the family photos on the wall and reacted, "Oh, I'm sorry, George, I shouldn't have mentioned anything that made you sad again." "It's okay, Uncle Ryan, I think they must be watching us too, hoping that we can live a better life." He had a very good relationship with his parents in this life, perhaps because he was an orphan in his previous life. George cherished this relationship very much. And his parents in this life did not give up on George and have another child because of George's illness. Instead, he poured all his care into himself, which moved George even more. "Haha, George, it's great that you can get over your sadness. You are right, you must live a good life. This is what they expect most. Come on, let's have some breakfast. The recipe you taught Ellie is really delicious." At this time, a fat white ant in plain clothes saw John walking in, rushed over and hugged John. "Oh, Aunt Ally, I have grown up and am no longer a child. Now I miss the delicious food you made. I feel that I can't live without it." George gently pushed the white ant away and joked. Ellie was hired by Ryan to cook for them and clean up the room. After all, can you expect a lame man who retired from the battlefield to wash clothes and cook? Ellie, the white ant, laughed enthusiastically and said, "George, you're really good at talking. I'm going to prepare it for you now. The snacks you taught me to make are really great." As she said that, she turned and left. Walked towards the kitchen. Half an hour later, after taking the last sip of milk, George wiped his mouth with a napkin and pushed the dinner plate forward. "I wonder if I will teach Aunt Ailey how to make soy milk again and drink fresh milk every day. It will be too monotonous." After the meal, George and Ryan came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Aunt Ally brought 2 cups of black tea at the right time and placed them on the table. George smiled and said, "Oh, Aunt Ellie, you are so considerate. I just need a cup of black tea to relieve my appetite." "As long as you like it," he said and walked back to the kitchen with a smile. Newbies have new books, readers can watch and reward them. Newcomers want everything, no choice. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Farm Status. Chapter 2 Farm Status. George picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip, and then said slowly, "Uncle Ryan, how is the situation of the farm and ranch now?" Ryan also put down the teacup in his hand and replied, "Well, George, you are an adult now. You need to know more about your farm. You will be responsible for managing it in the future. Then I will introduce it to you. The farm and pasture now total about 4,500 acres. The main crops on the farm are soybeans, wheat, corn, and buckwheat. There are a total of 185 bulls and 8 cows, all of which are beef cattle. The wheat is growing well and should be growing next year. There will be a good harvest. The pasture is also prepared, so there is no need to worry about feed for the sheep this winter. The machinery has also been maintained by me personally, and they are all good guys. There is no doubt that the United States started the process of agricultural mechanization after World War I. The development of the Industrial Revolution also greatly promoted the development of agriculture. In terms of mechanization. From 1916 to 1919, the number of trucks in use increased by an average of 25% per year. Gas-fired tractors are growing even faster. From 1910 to 1914, only 5 fuel tractors were produced in total. After 1917, sales exceeded this number every year, and even reached more than 1920 units in 16. Spurred by World War I, American agriculture experienced an unprecedented boom from 1914 to 1920. At the same time, due to the excessive expansion of agricultural production capacity during the war, especially the production capacity of food crops and cash crops, serious overproduction occurred after the war and directly caused agriculture to fall into a long-term depression starting in the summer of 1920. Hearing Ryan's words, George knew that he must have misunderstood something, and said, "Uncle Ryan, I think you have misunderstood. You have been taking care of the farm for a long time. We are a family. Leave it to you and me. There's nothing to worry about." George knew that as Uncle Ryan, who regarded him as a family member, he would be a big help in his future plans. He could not do everything by himself and would definitely need help. So before that, we must dispel Ryan's misunderstanding and gain his trust and support. So some things must be made clear. However, it was impossible for George to directly tell Lane that there would be an economic depression in the summer of 1920. After all, it was only December 1919. If George said it directly, he would definitely think it was stupid. George thought for a while and continued, "Uncle Ryan, you have seen the world. What do you think is the reason for the rapid development of agriculture and the rise in agricultural product prices in recent years?" Ryan thought for a moment and said slowly, "It's war." George nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Ryan. It's the war. When the war gradually spreads, European agricultural production was greatly damaged, and the huge military supplies made countries stretched. It is conceivable that they relied on overseas agricultural products. The war ended last year. After a year of recovery, various European countries have resumed agricultural production. So, Uncle Ryan, can you guess what will happen next?" Lane responded, "You're worried about crop prices going down." "Yes, Uncle Ryan. Compared with the war, crop exports have dropped significantly, and the introduction of domestic mechanization and the increase in agricultural production capacity will inevitably lead to a large backlog of crops. The decline in crop prices is inevitable. I am even worried that even if the price drops, many agricultural and sideline products will not be sold. After all, the domestic population is so large and the digestion capacity is limited." Ryan looked at George in front of him. Since he recovered from his illness a month ago, the changes had been so great that he felt strange. However, I have to admit that George's analysis makes sense. "So, what are you going to do?" When Ryan said these words, George knew that the first step of the plan was successful. He took a sip of black tea and said slowly, "Uncle Ryan, I'm worried that this crisis will not end in a year or two. You know, if it develops as we speculated, then our farm will continue to. If you continue to operate, you will bear a huge burden. After all, the annual investment cost is a huge expense." "Yes, George, if your guess comes true, then something very terrible will happen. Do you have any specific ideas?" Seeing Ryan's frown, George felt it was time to reveal his purpose. "Uncle Ryan, I think now is a good time to sell the farm." Ryan looked at the boy in front of him with complicated eyes and said, "Have you made up your mind? You know this is not a trivial matter." George said, "Today I just communicated my thoughts with Uncle Ryan. We are a family. You are my elder, and I still need to listen to your opinion. Moreover, I remember Uncle Ryan, you and my father have another family. A comrade who is a quartermaster. I think you can ask him about this situation." Ryan said, "Well, okay, I will ask as soon as possible. Today is Christmas, let's go, kid, pick a Christmas tree and bring it back. You can't expect a disabled person to prepare things." "Yes, sir." George agreed with a smile. In the morning, George accompanied Ryan to choose a tree as tall as one person in the pine forest on his farm and brought it back. At noon, he ate some steak and salad without rest. George alone, with the cooperation of Ryan, took the tree. The two-story building where they live is decorated with various colorful ribbons inside and outside. At night, it was just the two of them. Ailey had her own family. After cooking dinner, she went back early to accompany her family. After George and Ryan had a sumptuous dinner and gave each other small gifts, they said good night to each other and went back to their rooms to rest early. Back in the room, George washed up and went to sleep directly. Bijan was cutting trees in the woods again today and decorating the house in the afternoon, so he was still a little active. The next day, after George got up early and had breakfast, he picked up a book and read it by the fireplace. When you're tired, go for a walk outside. There really aren't many entertainment options in this day and age. George is preparing to graduate from high school next year and take the SAT exam. In fact, there is no college entrance examination for students in the United States, but if they want to enter American universities, American high school students need to provide test scores of SAT or ACT. The final scores of SAT and ACT are important references for students to apply for study and scholarships in prestigious American schools. If students are not satisfied with their SAT or ACT scores, they can take the test again until they get the scores they are most satisfied with. SAT, the full name is Scholastic Assessment Test, and its Chinese name is Academic Ability Assessment Test, sponsored by the College Board. It mainly tests the reading and writing skills necessary for students at the college level. Unlike the SAT, the ACT test is more like a subject test, which emphasizes the candidate's mastery of course knowledge and also takes into account the candidate's independent thinking and judgment ability. Test. The SAT is more widely accepted on the coasts, while the ACT test is more accepted in the Midwest and South. In addition to preparing for the exam, George also needs to prepare 3 letters of recommendation. The higher the social status, the better. This only troubles Ryan. In addition to teaching people knowledge, American universities are actually more of a social place. This is why George wants to go to college. Although George has a general understanding of the historical trends of later generations, as a flower grower in his previous life, his understanding of American history was only superficial things he learned from the internet or film and television works. Only those who study more can understand the mystery more deeply. George is still very confident about taking the exam. After all, he specialized in tutoring in his last life. There is no problem in passing the exam. Reading more books will only make you do better on the exam, and some knowledge will be more relevant. The time gap between the two lives is nearly 100 years, so some knowledge must have changed. 3 more days passed like this. This afternoon, Ryan walked quickly to George and handed him a piece of paper. He said to George with a serious face, "George, you really got it right. Now, Europe has reduced its import of agricultural and sideline products from the United States. My comrade Kirk said that they only escorted 1 person this month. On a merchant ship, the products are mainly luxury goods. Here is his telegram." George put down the book in his hand and took the telegram. He was not too surprised when he looked at the contents. These are things that he has known for a long time, and the purpose of asking for information is to dispel Ryan's doubts and gain Ryan's trust and support. Ryan, seeing George reading the telegram, said again, "George, what are your plans next?" "Uncle Ryan, don't be anxious, sit down and speak slowly." Seeing Ryan sit down, George continued, "Uncle Ryan, you can go to the surrounding bars for a drink in the next few days. By the way, I want to go to college elsewhere. I have no intention of continuing to operate a farm and ranch. I will naturally do it when the time comes. Someone came to us about an acquisition." Ryan, without asking any more questions, agreed directly and said, "Okay, no problem. Going to college is indeed a good choice. Uncle Ryan, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with," George said. "Haha, brat, if you have anything to say, just tell me." George looked at Ryan, who was laughing, and said, "Uncle Ryan, I have to trouble you to find a way to get a recommendation letter from the university." Ryan laughed again and said, "Okay, but if I want to get a better recommendation letter, I need to think carefully about who is more suitable. How about, are you confident in the exam? George also laughed and said, of course there is no problem, I will take care of everything else. In fact, in the United States, test scores only account for a part of the admission process. College admissions must examine a student's comprehensive conditions during high school. The pressure on high school students in the United States is no less than that in China. Some children who participate in campus sports teams have to exercise on the school team for nearly 2 hours every afternoon after school. It is definitely a very harsh training. I have to sweat profusely every time I practice, so the children have to do their homework between classes and playing games. This is the rhythm of American high school students. American high school teachers do not teach grammar in detail like Chinese English teachers, so when preparing for standardized tests, ACT, SAT, students have to make up for their grammar. There is no unified syllabus in the United States. Even several teachers in the same school and in the same subject may teach differently. They will not teach the subjects of the National Standardized Test SAT-1 and SAT-2. Therefore, when preparing for the subject of SAT-2 mathematics, students will find that some knowledge points are not taught at all by the teacher. Smart people will buy an official exam book and study on their own, while those who can't keep up can only sign up for cram schools or hire one-on-one tutors. This is similar to the situation in China. In addition to academic studies, you must have social activities, join various interest clubs, do volunteer work, participate in sports activities, etc. The United States does not like nerds, and the most famous people on campus are the school team captains and cheerleaders. Because when recruiting undergraduates in the United States, each university has its own admission threshold, GPA, standardized test scores. If a child's grades exceed this threshold, admission depends on the child's social activities, contribution to society, leadership, spiritual quality, and other soft skills. Therefore, it is possible that children with low scores may be admitted and those with high scores may be rejected. This is normal. American universities attach great importance to the diversity of students, so children must have their own various sports or literary talents to be admitted to good universities. Because of George's own health, he has never participated in any high school social activities. Fortunately, the requirements in this era are not so strict, and there is still time to make up for it. As for the rest, George is prepared to use his ability to clear the way. In this country where money is paramount, the question is how much money you have. As long as you have enough money, the president is yours. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Farm for Sale. Chapter 3 Farm for Sale. On the afternoon of the third day after Ryan released the news, Ryan brought in a white man. This man was not tall and wore a fat suit with a plush coat outside the suit. He looked like a decent man. When Ryan saw George, he introduced him. George, this is Mr. Roddy Wood, the owner of the farm to the north. Then he said to Roddy Wood, Mr. Roddy Wood, this is George Orwell, the owner of this farm. At this time, George took the initiative to reach out his hand and said, hello, Mr. Roddy Wood, it's an honor to meet you. Please sit down. Roddy Wood laughed and said, nice to meet you too, George Orwell. The three of them sat down respectively. At this time, Aunt Allie also put 3 cups of coffee on the table, then turned and left. At this time, Ryan, who was sitting next to him, said, George, Mr. Wood, I came here this time because I heard that you intend to sell the farm, so I want to talk to you. Roddy Wood also continued, yes, George Orwell, you know, my farm is just north of here, and I have always wanted to expand the farm. You see, I just heard that you are planning to sell the farm, and I just contact Ryan and come over to see you. George replied, yes, Mr. Roddy Wood, I am going to leave here to go to college, and Uncle Ryan is going to follow me to take care of me. There is no way to continue running the farm, so if the price is right, I think I will be happy to sell it. Sell it out. Roddy Wood smiled and said, that's great. Do you mind if I visit your farm? George replied, of course, I will take you there right now. Then accompanied by Ryan, the three of them took a general look around the farm. After all, Mr. Wood is too fat and does not have the physical strength to walk them all. Just half an hour later, at the gate of the farm, Roddy Wood shook hands with George and said, "The farm is very good, and the sheep are well raised. I will arrange for someone to come over and take a closer look at the situation of the farm. If no problem, we can talk about the price." "Okay, Mr. Roddy Wood, you are welcome at any time," George replied. Sure enough, if one sincerely wants to buy and the other sincerely sells, things will be done quickly. Half a month later, under the witness of lawyers from both parties, the transfer contract was quickly signed. The final 4,500 acres of land, all livestock, several pieces of machinery, and the two-story building where George and his family lived were sold to Roddy Wood for $45. Roddy Wood also signed the check on the spot and paid the full amount, and George also cashed and deposited the check in the bank as soon as he got it. In this way, George, together with the savings left by his parents, would have $46 US. 202041001200 18001920120206020201800192030 20012445. Both parties are relatively satisfied with this price, and George's side wants to sell this time bomb quickly. As for Roddy Wood, because he did not know the future trend, he directly received a piece of land that could be directly harvested in the coming year. So we were very happy, and we had dinner together with the lawyers of both parties at a local high-end restaurant that night. During dinner, seeing the wine Ryan and the others drank, George suddenly remembered something. The next day, George wrote a check for $20,000 and gave another $1,000 in cash. Let Ryan go to Memphis, the largest city in Tennessee, to buy a batch of relatively rare wines available on the market. Ryan didn't understand very much and thought that George shouldn't spend it on pleasure as soon as he got the money. He also gave George advice for more than an hour. But George knew that some things were said casually without any warning when they had not happened. What to do if it doesn't happen, and how to explain it if it happens. So there is no explanation, just keep it secret, because there is really no way to tell. If the quantity is small, you can convince Ryan by giving it away, but this is wine worth $10 US. It's not like buying wine that has been around for decades or even centuries, it's ridiculously expensive. Even if George wanted to buy that kind of wine, he couldn't buy it, just buy some relatively rare wine that is available on the market. The amount of wine was a bit too much. If George wasn't old enough, it would be safest to go there alone. So this still requires Ryan to come forward to handle it. In fact, if a bottle of wine costs us $1 is equivalent to buying 2,000 bottles of various wines. A week later, Ryan came back with nearly 500 bottles of wine, mostly bourbon produced in the United States, but they were all relatively high-quality wines. Because of this, Ryan didn't smile for several days. George rented a warehouse in a small town in advance and used it for a week. Ryan came back and stored the wine in the warehouse. The next day, George used the school lunch break to run to the warehouse and put all the wine into the space. It can be folded into the space as soon as your hand touches it, which is very convenient. This is just an attempt by George. If it fails, there will be no loss. These wines will not go bad if left in space. They can be taken out later when they are a little stable. These good wines have preservation value. In the contract, except for the fact that the property will be delivered in June next year, all other land and other things will belong to Roddy Wood from the moment George gets the check. After all, George still has to complete the last few months of school and needs to live on the farm for a while longer. There is absolutely no need to move out and rent a new apartment now. After dealing with things on the farm, it was time for George to start school. In this way, George studied at school during the day, participated in various activities, and went home at night to continue preparing for the exam. Time flew by. On January 1921, after dinner, George returned to the room early without reading. Because today is the day when George is going to draw items again. George was lying on the bed, and his mind entered the chaotic space again. This space is now nearly 1/3 larger than a month ago, with nearly more than 1 cubic meters. In addition to the wine stored in the space, George also placed some fruits, snacks, and drinking water. Anyway, the space is large enough and it is vacuum-proof and has a heat preservation function. The food looks the same when you put it in, and it looks the same when you take it out. Put some things for your own convenience, and the dagger was also placed here by George. And the coiled dragon handle he likes will be stored in the space even when he is not playing with it. Some things were scattered aside and did not attract George's attention. George sensed that there was a mist filling the space. This was the energy gathered these days. According to George's previous calculation, it was estimated to be 30 energy points. At this time, George focused his attention on the 3,000 worlds at the top. George looked at the relatively bright star among them. As his consciousness explored inside, the 30 points of energy in the gathering place also flowed towards the star. George directly extracted a light group. Squeeze the light ball and a piece of information flow is directly integrated into the consciousness. This star is from the world of Naruto. What was extracted just now is a set of skills called 3-body techniques, which also comes with a method of refining chakra. With the fusion of skills, there is also an energy in George's body that can be sensed by George. George had watched this anime in his previous life. The levels of ninjas in Naruto are generally divided into Genin, Chunin, Jounin and Shadow. In the original work, the test for promotion from a ninja school to a genin is generally the 3-body techniques taught in the school, that is, the clone technique, the substitute technique, and the transformation technique, all 3 of which are used to save one's life. Because George directly learns the use of skills when he acquires them, George can cast spells without seals without having to practice seal gestures as mentioned in the information. George got up directly and went to the middle of the house to experiment with his newly acquired skills. After half an hour, I finally mastered the 3 skills completely, turning them into instincts that can be used with a moment's thought. Although you can learn all the skills directly after extracting the skills. However, I have never practiced it myself, and I always feel a little disconnected. This will no longer happen now. Looking at the 2 figures standing next to them as if they were real people, I couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the chaos beads. After contacting me, I also got a general understanding of the general principles of the 3-body technique. The clone created by the clone technique is just a phantom, and flaws can be observed. After reaching the proficiency level, it will be advanced to the shadow clone technique. It is actually an evolved version of the clone technique. It can create the same body as the caster, and the chakra will be equally distributed to each clone. It is a relatively common clone technique. The clone phantom created, the shadow clone technique can be said to have no flaws. George can now create up to 3 shadow clones at once. The art of transformation is actually the art of change. You can transform yourself into a certain person. After George directly learns it, he can basically achieve a state that can be maintained until the energy in the body is used up. Moreover, both men and women can change, enough to be called an LSP skill. George swore he would never change into a woman in his life. The substitution technique, one of the basic ninjutsu, involves instantly switching the identity of an animal/plant with one's own to evade attacks. A high-level substitute technique like other techniques. The substitute technique is the most practical and powerful ninjutsu in the entire Naruto. It is assumed that no matter how the opponent attacks, the target of the attack is just a piece of wood, and the caster can counterattack anytime and anywhere. Because the ninjutsu is also completed in an instant, it is also classified as the instant body jutsu. As for the chakra refining technique, George felt that there was no need to practice it at all. Because after half an hour of practicing the 3-body technique, the chakra in the body has not been exhausted. Every time you use a skill to consume a little chakra, your body will directly replenish it. After practicing the 3-body technique continuously for half an hour, the energy returned to its previous saturated state after just 5 minutes of rest. George then ran the chakra refining technique to experiment, but did not feel the total amount of chakra energy increase. In this case, why would George practice it? It makes no sense at all. Maybe it would be good to use the refining technique as a means of replenishing energy when there are more consuming skills in the future. George speculated that the reason why his energy did not increase may be related to his body. Maybe in the future, as his physical fitness improves, the total amount of energy will also increase. At this stage, it can only be left in ruins. After resting for a while, George practiced his skills for another half an hour before slowly calming down the restlessness in his heart. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. Although I got my golden finger 2 months ago, look at what I was waiting for before. A storage space that can only be used as a warehouse now, a piece of gold, a piece of jade, a dagger, a knife, and a skill or a chef skill. This reminded George that as long as he withdraws with peace of mind, he will be able to achieve financial freedom. This is a perfect golden finger of urban drama. However, today's skills made George suspect that the world was far from as simple as he saw. Because the experience of the previous life told George, never regard yourself as the most special one, you will never be the luckiest. Just like George in his previous life, when he graduated from graduate school, in an era when undergraduates were all highly educated, he had just entered a training company and was still a representative of the company's frontline type. But what about 2 years later, the master, the turtles, all show up. If you weren't working diligently and honestly, the key is to work overtime honestly without asking for overtime pay, so that you can stay in the company, otherwise you would have been fired a long time ago. I didn't notice that my colleague who was also a graduate student came and left after checking. It completely explains what it means to have an iron camp and flowing soldiers. And the restlessness in his heart was not only due to the impulse of carrying a sharp blade and having a murderous intention when George obtained the martial arts skills for the first time, but also an inexplicable uneasiness, as if something might happen at any time, and there was no sense of security. After finally calming down, George lay back on the bed and secretly decided to collect information about this world. However, communication still relies on telegraphs. Most people have never been far away from their place of birth. In an era when the only way to get information from the outside world was through newspapers, it was not that simple to understand something in depth. It seems that Uncle Dolane still needs to communicate, hoping that he can give him some surprises. As George kept thinking, he slowly fell asleep. This is my first time writing a book, so there are many things I don't understand. There are typos in the book and things that readers may not like. Please bear with me. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Doubts. Chapter 4 Doubts. The next day, after waking up, George washed up and put on thick pajamas because he didn't have to go to school this weekend and opened the door. I walked downstairs to the kitchen and saw Ryan already sitting there, holding an old newspaper that looked like it had been turned over and had some wrinkles in his hand. The plate in front of him was not moved, and George knew that Ryan was waiting for him to enjoy breakfast together. Hearing the noise on the stairs, Ryan looked over here. When he saw George coming downstairs, he put the newspaper in his hand next to the dinner plate and said, "Hello, good morning, George." George said, "Good morning, Uncle Ryan." When the white ant ally heard George's voice in the restaurant, she quickly walked out with a dinner plate and a glass of milk. He looked at George and said with a smile, "Haha, George, look, this is a special breakfast for two specially prepared for you." Ryan also looked at the dinner plate at this time. There were only 2 large sandwiches on the dinner plate, and he smiled and shook his head without saying anything. George also sat down at the dining table, took the breakfast and said to Ellie, "Oh, yes, don't worry, I will solve them all." "Of course, you are a great young man." After saying that, he walked back to the kitchen. George and Ryan didn't communicate much during the meal. But after everyone finished breakfast, George stopped Ryan, who was about to go out. "Uncle Ryan, wait a minute, I have something to ask you." Ryan looked at George, who had just finished eating and was about to get up, nodded and said, "Okay." Then he took the lead and sat down on the sofa by the fireplace. "It's like this, Uncle Ryan, as you know, I have been participating in school club activities recently. The student union is preparing to hold a magical storytelling event. I want to know, have you heard or seen anything incredible?" I want it to be used as material for me at the meeting. Oh, that's right. Let me think about it. After thinking for a while, Ryan said, I grew up in the small town of Cottonwood, Tennessee, just north of this town. Although there are some ghost stories there, they are all tricks used by adults to deceive children. They are all false. If anything bizarre happened, your father and I actually experienced it once. This is why your father and I resolutely retired. Now, since you asked, I will tell you, but you have to promise me that you will never take the initiative to explore this matter. Just listen to it as a story. George, can you promise? Said this, Ryan looked at George with a serious face. George immediately said, Don't worry, Uncle Ryan, I promise you that I will never take the initiative to explore what you told me. Absolutely not. Ryan nodded and continued, Actually, your father was very valued by his superiors at the time. He was responsible for supervising all the cannon fodder troops, which was the 369th Regiment at that time. The military promised that as long as the group of mud warriors won on the battlefield, they would be defeated after the war. It will improve the social status of them and their families. School education will be arranged for their children, and hospital treatment will be arranged for their parents. So those nigs are very brave. That year was the end of December 1917. Your father and I accompanied the warship to transport another group of mud soldiers to the battlefield. The warship your father and I were on was a transport ship transporting supplies. Oh, coal was also on the ship at the time. The transport ship was in the second-to-last position in the fleet at the time, not very far from the last transport ship. I remember that day was one of the rare times at sea. The weather was good, and the waves on the sea were very small. The three of us were chatting on the deck, and your father even joked that it was an opportunity for fishing. Speaking of this, Ryan paused for a while, as if he was recalling something. Ryan continued, Then we heard panicked screams and gunshots from the last warship. We immediately raised our binoculars and saw an incredible scene. A group of blue-skinned people with long ears like humans things jumped from the sea onto the troop carrier. They rode whales and surrounded the troop carrier. Your father immediately ordered me to notify the transport ship we were on to chase the warship in front as quickly as possible. When I returned to the deck, when I looked at the warship, I could only see it slowly sinking with thick black smoke. At that time, we were all scared. We didn't know what the hell it was, and we were worried that those things would catch up, so we kept urging the warship to move forward quickly. Maybe it was our luck that those things didn't catch up, and we arrived at our destination that night and landed ashore. At that time, there were only 3 telescopes on the ship, all of which were in our hands. Before disembarking, we unified the caliber and explained the reason with the Niche rebellion. The military investigators also believed our statement and did not continue the investigation. Go down. Because your father was the person with the highest military rank on the transport ship at that time, he lost a ship this time, so he was punished. Then, I followed your father and commanded the NIGE brought with me and let them charge into the battle. Because I often think of those things in the sea and get distracted. During a battle, a cannonball exploded not far from me. My reaction was a little slow. Fortunately, your father reacted quickly, and I was caught by him. I grabbed my collar and pulled my head down into the trench and saved my life. The upper body was protected by the trench and was not injured, but my left ankle was unfortunately injured by a shrapnel, leaving me disabled. After completing this mission, your father and I retired. Because we are worried that we will encounter those things next time we transport troops to and from the sea. Haha, come to think of it, if your father had fought until the end, he would have been at least a school-level officer now. You know, our boss is now a general. Your father's contribution is all here. You know, after the outbreak of World War I, President Wilson issued a neutrality speech in Congress, declaring that the foreign policy of the United States must remain neutral not only in name but in practice. The neutrality policy is a manifestation of the United States' isolationist foreign policy. Neutrality or participation in war must be in line with the overall interests of the United States. Therefore, under the guise of neutrality, the United States has stepped up its arms expansion and war preparations, accelerated the militarization of its national economy, and waited. The warring parties weakened each other and entered the war to reap the benefits. In 1917, the two major military groups had weakened each other, and the war had become a stalemate, with it difficult to determine the outcome. Therefore, the United States believes that the time has come to reap the benefits. In early 1917, Germany began to implement unrestricted submarine warfare in order to prevent the United States from providing war aid to the Allied powers. At the same time, the Zimmermann telegram incident occurred. Wilson believed that Germany's actions were tantamount to a declaration of war on the United States. On April 1917, the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate passed a resolution declaring war on Germany and approved $4 billion in military spending, half of which was loans to allies. On April 70, the United States declared war on Germany. Entering the war, the United States was forced by the situation to establish a black regiment. The U.S. military sent 4 regiments of black men into the French army. Among them is the 4th Infantry Regiment, the 6th Infantry Regiment and other brother regiments, 369th Regiment, 369 St Regiment, 370 ND Regiment, were actually leased to the French Army in 371 and were used as independent regiments of the French Army Division. In combat during the war, these black men were very brave, and later 3 of the regiments won the French Cross of Metal. The 372th Regiment is also known as the Hellfighters of Harlem. In the United States, racial segregation was partially alleviated due to the fighting of black people, and some southern states abolished hangings for black people. So if George's father insisted on fighting until the end of World War I, as the commander of the 369th Regiment, he would definitely have no problem getting a school-level military rank. George, I hope you'll just listen to him as a story. After all, I never heard anything about the sea monster again. The reason I'm telling you so much this time is to introduce you to that general. He is the highest-ranking person I know. Yesterday he wrote back saying that he is very willing to write you a letter of recommendation, but here he wanted to meet you before. At that time, he valued your father very much. Uncle Ryan, may I know who he is? George asked. Oh, sure, he's General Douglas MacArthur and his father is General Arthur MacArthur, Jr. Lane replied. Oh, that's awesome, a family of generals. Did Mr. MacArthur ask me to see him when? George asked. He said that you can go to Washington when you have time after taking the SAT exam. He has already given me the address. Ryan said. Okay, I will take the SAT test in March this year. Then we can go to Washington to meet that General MacArthur. No problem, as long as you have a plan. Have you decided which university you are going to apply to? Ryan nodded. Of course, MIT, I've got it figured out, George said. Wow, this is a famous school, not close to here. Well, I can send you to the university and come back to retire. George looked at Ryan and said, Uncle Ryan, I may not be able to let you take care of yourself as early as you think. I need your help for many things. Moreover, you also promised my father that you would always take care of me, right? Ryan laughed and said, Before, you were always sick and couldn't live without people. Now that you are cured and going to college, do you still want me to wash and cook for you? I can't do that. Haha. George also laughed and said, Uncle Ryan, do you think I am just the person who sold my parents' farm, went to college, and lived a peaceful life? I have a lot of plans to complete. We are a family. I need your help. Ryan also smiled and said, Okay, I won't ask about any plans. Let's finish the university affairs first. The two ended their conversation and George returned to his room, thinking about Ryan's words in his mind. First of all, there are superpowers in this world. Secondly, what has been shown is that it is a race, which means that the number of people is quite large. As for which race George is, he has no idea. Watching movies in previous lives, no matter ancient or modern, Chinese or foreign, there are many races that can be in the sea. Like the dragon palace built by the Chinese dragon clan, this one is not blue-skinned either. Also, Atlantis, which has been circulated in real society in previous lives, is also a magical country. The Sea Tribe in Superman. If it's not a race in movies and TV shows, but unique to this world, then it's even less certain. Moreover, when he learned that there was a superpower appearing in this world, George was a little confused. Because the previous sale of the farm and subsequent plans were all choices made based on George's foresight of future social and historical development trends. If all the superpowers come out, will history develop in the way he understands? Therefore, George did not say anything more about the second thing he planned to tell Ryan today, regarding the follow-up business plan. George was going to see if there had been any major changes in the past 2 days to prove whether American social history was still what he knew. Because John remembered that a major event in American history should have happened in these 2 days. 192012. 14. As for those strange weirdos that Ryan talked about, it's a pity that they are in the sea. If he is on land, George can also use his shadow clone to investigate. Anyway, his shadow clone technique is not afraid of death, but now he can only wait. Thanks to book friend Tao Sunzi XX Concave and Convex 8, book friend 20210706144026996, and book friend Razak for their recommendation votes. Zudu is a newcomer, so I don't dare to expect too much. Thanks, if you like it, please collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Prohibition. Chapter 5 Prohibition. Today, January 1 George specially asked for a day off. He asked Ryan to drive the carriage to the town early and wait for the newspaper shop to open. There are no newsboys in the small town where George lives like in the big cities. The grocery store here goes to the city every 2 days to purchase newspapers and brings back the newspapers from the previous 2 days at once and sells them in the store. Of course, you can also leave a little extra tip and the store will deliver it to your doorstep. Normally, George's family would wait for newspapers to be delivered to their door, but if he went to school today, he would not know the news until after school. George, who had always been eager to determine the direction of society, would definitely not be willing to wait. So I simply asked for leave and bought it myself. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the morning that the store opened. George stepped forward immediately and said, "Boss, please bring me a copy of various newspapers in the past 2 days." "Okay, please wait a moment." The store owner quickly sorted out 4 newspapers, folded them and handed them over. "Thank you, 10 cents. George took the newspaper, handed over the money, and opened the newspaper on the spot without returning to the carriage and started reading. On the front page of the newspaper, the news in George's memory was reported in the largest space. The content is, on January 1921, the Wolster Act prohibiting the brewing and sale of alcohol came into effect in the United States. I flipped through the pages of 3 other newspapers and all reported the news in large sections. There were also many comments about the law published by the editor, which George did not read. Because George knows that tougher bills are yet to come. Sure enough, the latest issue was published in the newspaper on January 1, which reported that from 15:1920 am on January 1, 17, the 0th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the Prohibition Act, also known as the Voltaire Act, officially comes into effect. According to this law, it is illegal to manufacture, sell, or even transport drinks with an alcohol content exceeding 18%. It is not illegal to drink alcohol at home, but it is illegal to drink with friends or hold a banquet, and you can be fined up to $0.5 and imprisoned for 6 months. Only people over 1,000 years old can buy alcohol, and must show proof of age, and can only buy it in limited places. In fact, according to some information that George later saw, Americans declared war on alcohol since the beginning of their country. At that time, many early immigrants abandoned their European homeland and rushed to this barbaric wilderness for religious reasons. These American founders, known as the Puritans, brought their religious fervor across the Atlantic, making it an extremely important factor in the formation of the American nation. Puritans are those who advocate fearing God and living an honest life. By the mid-19th century, residents in some places in the United States began to resort to legal means to restrain drunkards. This folk movement rose and fell and continued, finally setting off a major trend in the early 20th century. Seeing this information, most of George's worries were relieved. At least George understood that on some basic levels of society things had not changed from the previous life of American history. Unlike some of the time travel novels he read in his previous life, although the time travelers arrived at Blue Mercury, and the name of the country remained the same, things had actually changed. George understood that there may be existences on the extraordinary side in this world, but these extraordinary people or groups have not used their extraordinary abilities to change the world, at least not yet. George was excited to think that he could return to the country on the other side of the ocean in the future. Although his current body is that of a foreigner, there is a soul from China inside, and he still wants to go back and have a look. On the night of the 15th, I specially opened a bottle of bourbon collected by George's father, and George drank alcohol for the first time in this world. At the dinner table, George frequently clinked glasses with Lane, but Lane just thought it was the announcement of the law that made George drink in retaliation. Ryan couldn't persuade him, so he started drinking with him. During this period, he also asked about the batch of wine he bought before, but John excused it with other reasons. The next day, on his way to school in a carriage, George saw an endless stream of wine trucks. People were rushing to transport the wine home for collection. It is said that people gathered at home or other public places to hold the last legal farewell drinking party on the night of the 16th. Later newspapers also reported that a senator raised his glass at the dinner and said, "Tonight is the eve of the deprivation of personal freedoms from Americans." This remark attracted warm applause at the wine table. George did not continue to care about this matter. Instead, that night, he used the transformation technique to change his image in front of the mirror in the room. Yes, George is ready to open the vest. Because I can't do it without opening it. If I don't handle the matter of buying wine this time, I'm afraid it will cause Ryan to misunderstand. Find a vest and many things will be explained. Moreover, as a person who has been with George day and night, Ryan could not have noticed his changes, and George could not guarantee that he would never expose his skills in front of Ryan. So using a vest is the best choice now. On a weekend morning, George and Ryan were eating breakfast. George took a sip of milk, smoothed the food in his mouth, and said to Ryan, "Uncle Ryan, I want you to meet someone." Ryan said, "Who are you meeting?" "A teacher from your school." George put down the food in his hand and said, "He is my teacher, but not a school teacher. He was when I was recovering from illness. I went to town to buy things that day, and he asked me for directions. After the meeting, we met 2 more times. I felt very destined. He later taught me something, and I became my teacher. He is leaving the town today, so I plan to meet you before he leaves." "Well, if that's the case, we should go visit him. After all, he is your teacher." In fact, Ryan is worried now. Because of the previous purchase of wine, Ryan later returned to the warehouse to see that all the wine had disappeared. And George was unwilling to say more. He was worried about whether George had met a liar. After all, everyone in town now knows that George has just sold the farm and has a lot of money on his hands, which is not safe. This is also the reason why he picks up and drops off John every day these days. When he accompanied George out, the pistol never left his side. "No, my teacher said he will come directly today, we can just wait." "Well, okay then. Let's go and wait over there in the living room." As soon as he sat down and waited for a few minutes, George saw that the time was almost up and directly used the clone technique and the transformation technique. Behind the sofa where Ryan was sitting, a shadow clone appeared. Then George thought he had just discovered it, stood up, bent slightly, and greeted the shadow clone, "Teacher, you are here." George's action startled Ryan. He stood up quickly, turned around and looked behind him. I saw an old man with white hair and a boyish face, energetic, ruddy face, piercing eyes, a beard on his chin, and wearing black clothes walking over from behind the sofa. George quickly introduced, "Uncle Ryan, this is what I told you, my teacher." "Teacher, this is my uncle, Ryan Carr." George's shadow clone had already walked to Ryan's side, stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Carl. I am George's teacher. You can call me Zhongjin Rong, or you can call me Teacher Zhong." At this time, Ryan didn't even react. It wasn't until George called him again that he came back to his senses. He quickly shook hands with George's shadow clone and said, "I'm very sorry, Teacher Zhong. The way you appeared is really incredible. Can I take the liberty to ask how you appeared just now?" The shadow clone stroked his beard, laughed and said, "These are some of my little tricks. In our flower gardening family, these are just blind tricks for beginners. In your words, this is just an illusion. It's nothing, don't panic." Ryan didn't react after hearing the shadow clone's words. The shadow clone continued, "In this way, I will perform another technique for you." After saying that, there was a bang, and two identical shadow clones stood next to the shadow clone. This scared Ryan so much that he sat on the sofa. Then George controlled the shadow clone to unlock the clone technique he had just cast. He smiled at Ryan and said, "Do you understand?" "Oh, that's amazing. Is this the magic you Chinese are talking about? Oh my god, it's so amazing." Ryan was so frightened by the shadow clone that he began to speak a little incoherently, and this was exactly the effect George wanted to achieve. Only by frightening Ryan at once can he gain the absolute initiative in the subsequent conversation and make Ryan accept the story that George is going to tell him. The shadow clone nodded and said directly, "Haha, these are all inferior things. If you are interested, I can ask George to teach you. As long as you practice seriously, you can do it." Ryan said excitedly, "Really? Can I learn it too? It's really great, this is really amazing." The shadow clone nodded and said, "Okay, these are small things. I will let George teach you. Now let's talk about the main purpose of my visit this time." Ryan quickly sat up straight, "Okay, please tell me." George controlled the shadow clone and said directly, "Mr. Carl, I hope you can calm down now. Your current behavior is not conducive to our next conversation." After listening, Ryan took 2 deep breaths and nodded in agreement with the shadow clone's statement. "You are right, Teacher Zhong, I am too excited. Also, you can just call me Ryan." The shadow clone smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with Ryan's current performance, and then said, "Well, okay, Ryan. First of all, let me introduce myself to you. I am a traveler from the eastern country. I came to this country to find some things. I was visiting some old friends by the way, and meeting George was a complete accident. However, when I met him, I found that he is very talented in learning my knowledge. So, in the past 2 months, I have not gone through with your consent, I taught him something, I hope you don't mind." Ryan said quickly, "You are too polite. He is lucky to learn this magical magic from you." After a pause, he continued, "But I'm going to take the liberty to ask. You just said that you still have some friends. Are there many people like you? The key is, I want to know, is it dangerous?" "Ha ha ha, yes, George has a good uncle." "Ryan, I understand what you mean. Now, what I can tell you is that there are many people like me, but the methods are different. Some people are gifted, some people acquire extraordinary abilities through learning. There are also people who are lucky enough to acquire powers by accident. As for danger, danger is everywhere in this world. But it has not spread yet. You have seen or heard of extraordinary things several times so far. So, don't worry, what I taught George is just some life-saving things. It's something, and it's not about asking him to do anything dangerous. Let Ryan calm down for a moment, and then continued, it was just fate that I met him. Because he said that his family had a farm, I shared some ideas with him. Who knew that this kid sold the farm directly? Although I didn't directly ask him to do this. However, I still need to come over and tell you. Moreover, this kid heard that I needed wine for some reasons. So he bought the wine and gave it to me. That's really inappropriate. So, I came here this time just to explain some things to you. He learned something from me, and I hope it doesn't scare others. And I will give those drinks later. Send it here. He has a good uncle and you shouldn't worry about it. After hearing what the shadow clone said, Ryan waved his hands quickly and said, what did you say? George, it is his honor to be recognized by you. The drinks he gave you are his gratitude to his teacher. It's his heartfelt wish, and I hope you will accept it. The shadow clone smiled and said, these are all small things. Since you said so, I will no longer refuse. Well, I am leaving this place today. I want to meet you before I leave. Very reassuring. The shadow clone then turned to look at the main body and said, George, I have talked to you about some trends in your country before. What you do is all your own business. But remember, that is just a possibility in our analysis, and cannot be regarded as a necessity. Don't be too aggressive when doing things. As for the things I teach you, you need to practice them slowly in the future. If you can go, which step you take depends on you. After saying that, he stood up, looked at George and Ryan, and said, see you again in the future. As soon as George and Ryan stood up, before they could say anything, they heard a bang and the old man disappeared. In fact, it was just George who took back the shadow clone. Then, Ryan fell into that confused state again. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Teaching. Chapter 6 Teaching. George smiled secretly when he saw Ryan sitting on the sofa silently. However, I also breathed a sigh of relief, now it can basically be explained. Ryan also calmed down at this time. He stood up and walked to the wine cabinet, took out 2 glasses from it, looked at George and said, want to drink? George nodded. Since the last time he had a drink with Ryan, George would occasionally have a drink or 2. After all, his mental age in 2 lifetimes combined is almost 50. In his previous life, he often drank with his boss and was a good drinker. In this life, chaos beads will slowly improve your physical fitness every day, so you don't have to worry about drinking your body down. Ryan picked up a bottle of bourbon, opened the cork, and poured half a glass of whiskey into each of the 2 glasses. He turned around and walked back, sitting on the sofa again. He pushed the wine glass in front of George, touched it with his own wine glass, and took a big sip. George also picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Then he took the initiative and said, I'm sorry, Uncle Ryan. Because of the teacher's reasons, I didn't tell you some things without his consent. I'm very sorry. Ryan shook his head, clinked the wine glass with George again, drank the wine in one gulp, looked at George deeply and said, it's not your fault, George, you did the right thing. Some things are right. You can't spread it everywhere. George, you did a good job. I was just shocked by your teacher's methods. I have never seen such a thing. You asked me before if I had seen any magical things. It was also because of you. Teacher. George stood up and walked to the wine cabinet, took the bottle of bourbon directly, poured half a glass for Ryan, and then replied, at that time, my teacher was just about to teach me his skills. I was very curious and came back to ask you. Ryan, this time he picked up the wine glass and took a small sip. He exhaled and said, the world is really too big. Then he looked at George and asked with a smile, so, George, have you learned the skills of your teacher now? Your teacher asked you to teach me. Don't think you haven't learned it yourself. Ha ha ha. George laughed and said, the teacher has too many skills, and he only teaches some basic things now. He said that after I learn the basic skills, I will naturally learn other things. As for teaching you, there is no problem. The teachers all said that I have talent. I am a genius. Haha. After saying that, he pretended to press the seal, and a somewhat rigid clone appeared next to him with a bang. This was a basic clone technique that George deliberately showed only, otherwise it would be a perfect shadow clone. If he were to teach the transformation technique again, it might make Ryan suspicious in the future. Ryan also laughed and said, "Okay, genius, where do we start?" George said teasingly, "Of course we start with rest." "Ha ha ha ha, Uncle Ryan, you are too excited now to study. All you have to do now is to have a good rest. Relax, I will teach you in the evening." Ryan also turned red and said, "You brat, you are still laughing at me. Aren't I too excited because I can learn that magical method? Well, you are right, now I need to calm down, calm down." After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, got up and walked to his own room. George looked at Ryan's back and just smiled. In fact, it is true that some skills were taught to Ryan at the end. He planned to teach Ryan the three-body technique and the shaker refining technique. He naturally had his own plans for doing this. First, test whether the skills in other worlds can be learned by people in this world. The three-body technique is different from how George taught Ally to make buns. With cooking skills, as long as you find condiments and ingredients with similar flavors, you can complete the cooking. But there are differences. Didn't you see that the buns made by Ally exactly according to the steps taught by George didn't shine? The three-body technique and shaker refining technique are unique to the world of Naruto. George suspects that there is a basic rule involved here, and it should not be so easy to learn. So I was ready to let Ryan experiment. Second, it has now been proven that the social development trends of this world and the United States in the previous generation are basically the same. Then, it means that a lot of information he knew in his previous life can be used. There is a saying on the internet in the past life, which is that if you stand on the wave of the times, even pigs can fly. And George knows the trend in the next 100 years, so he is not going to fly. The purpose of teaching the skills to Ryan is to completely bind him to his chariot. Again, Ryan is George's best helper now. Third, and most importantly, what kind of country is this? It is the United States, known as Happy America, where gunfights occur every day. If George wants to become bigger and stronger in the future, he must have the ability to protect his property, and even be armed. Otherwise, you will end up making wedding clothes for others. So if you need someone to help, Ryan is now the person George feels most at ease with. If someone can take care of you with all his heart when you are stupid, you will not be at ease. Then you will never trust anyone in this world. In the evening, after dinner, George and Ryan came to Ryan's bedroom. Ask Ryan to sit on the edge of the bed. Although Ryan's ankle joint is injured, he can still sit cross-legged and kneel. In fact, after reaching full proficiency, George discovered that sitting cross-legged can only help people calm down and sense energy faster. Now George can refine chakra in any posture, but the speed and effect are somewhat inferior. George stood by the bed and said to Ryan, "Uncle Ryan, before refining chakra, first, you must know what chakra is. Chakra is a special energy activated by ninjutsu. It is a combination of one's own mental energy and physical energy. The energy generated is the basis for performing ninjutsu, illusions, and taijutsu. Only by understanding its composition can chakra be extracted. Then, there is induction and control. Sensing spiritual energy and physical energy, controlling their combination and finally forming chakra." Then George taught Ryan the content of chakra refining and shared some of his own techniques with him. Let him slowly experience it in the room and then exit. The art of chakra refining is not that easy to practice. A genius can complete the first refining in one day. The ordinary ones will take a long time. In fact, when George pointed out Ryan's root and touched his body just now, he discovered that he seemed to be able to send out a wisp of the chakra in his body as a seed. This allows Ryan to directly skip the induction step and learn the chakra refining technique. However, George did not do this. Because George wanted to see if Ryan could sense the so-called spiritual energy and physical energy in this world and cultivate chakra energy. This is important. If only George can provide the seeds. Then, George will have the ability to manufacture his subordinates on a large scale. Moreover, George also wanted to make Ryan understand that becoming stronger is not that easy and polish his state of mind. Until 3 days later, during these 3 days, except for taking George to school, Ryan basically stayed in the room and did not come out. The communication with George was also about how to sense spiritual energy and physical energy, which also allowed George to understand the progress of his cultivation. That night, after dinner, George followed Ryan into the room. Ryan saw John follow the room and said with a little disappointment, "George, do I have no talent for cultivation? I can't sense the energy you mentioned, and I can't practice chakratism." After George got the result he wanted, he stopped attacking Ryan and said to Ryan, "Uncle Ryan, don't be so disappointed. In addition to practicing and learning the chara refining technique, I have another way to help you." After hearing that George had the method could help him, Ryan immediately became energetic and said excitedly, "George, if you have any method, please tell me." George supported Ryan and said, "Sit down first and do as I say. Sit cross-legged and kneel to sense the energy in your body." After listening to George's instructions, Ryan sat cross-legged and knelt down, and silently followed George's instructions. At this time, George stretched out a finger and pointed it between Ryan's eyebrows. Slowly controlling a ray of energy in the body, it circled around Ryan's body according to the route of the chakra refining technique. Finally, it is stored in the danshan, forming a small point, and then cuts off the mental connection with this ray of energy. Then I saw Ryan opening his eyes excitedly and saying, "I feel it, there is energy in my body." Then George said, "Now follow the route just now, control the chakra to run again, and give it a try." Ryan, controlling his excitement, said, "Okay." Then he closed his eyes and slowly controlled the energy. George kept watching from the side. When Ryan began to control the movement of chakra, George's expression changed slightly. Because just now, just when George wanted to take a closer look at the situation in Ryan's body, he once again sensed the ray of energy he had sent into Ryan's body before. And he has a feeling that he can still control this energy at any time now. This is interesting. If he can always control it, he can create subordinates in batches in the future, and he will not be afraid of betrayal by his subordinates. But what should Ryan do? He didn't want Ryan to misunderstand that he wanted to control him. After thinking for a while, George made a decision. Turning everyone around you into your own puppet is something only a madman would do. With this method, will George still be short of subordinates? There is absolutely no need to turn your loved ones into your own puppets. What is the meaning of such a life? A few minutes later, Ryan got off the bed excitedly and hugged George and said, "George, I succeeded. I sensed chakra. Now, I can also practice. Haha, this is really great. Thank you, George." George looked at the excited Ryan, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Uncle Ryan, congratulations. But, I still have something to tell you." Ryan laughed and said, "George, what's the matter? Tell me." George said, "Okay, Uncle Ryan. What I want to tell you is that maybe it's because your initial energy seed was passed on to you by me. So, now I seem to be able to control your body as well. Energy. This is the first time I have given energy seeds to others, and I had no idea that such a thing would happen." After a pause, he continued, "Uncle Ryan, there are many ways to become stronger. If possible, I want to remove this seed now. When I meet the teacher in the future, I can ask him to help you get other ways to become stronger." Methods. After listening to George's words, Ryan paused for a moment, and then said, "Ha ha ha, I thought it was something. Uncle is very happy that you can tell him directly. But there is no need. We are a family, and Uncle believes in you. Uncle Ryan, I hope you'll think about it again." "Haha, okay, that's it. Besides, I don't know when I will see your teacher next time. You go out, I have to step up my practice now. After saying that, he ignored George and sat back on the bed. There is no way to just look. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ryan, George shook his head and said, "Okay, Uncle Ryan. Since this is your choice, I won't say anything more. But you have to pay attention to the training time of chakra. Forcibly practicing it will hurt your body." "Yes." After saying that, he turned and left Ryan's bedroom. Ryan glanced at George, who turned to leave, showed a relieved smile, then closed his eyes and continued practicing. The next morning, Ryan noticed that his appetite had improved a lot. George explained that the physical energy of chakra is, in the final analysis, the energy produced by eating more food and then absorbing it through exercise. Therefore, when practicing chakra refining, you must not only eat well, but also pay attention to exercising more. George also specifically mentioned it here, saying that if you use chakra to repair your whole body after exercising every day, your body will get better and better. This is the basis of physical ninjutsu in ninja. However, do not exceed the upper limit of energy repair, because if there are too many hidden injuries in the body that are not repaired, it will cause great damage to the body. You need to control the pace of your daily cultivation. In this way, besides picking up George every day, Ryan started physical training at other times. Although you can't run with an injured foot, there are still many ways to exercise. George also taught Ryan some home exercises for later generations. Another reason why Ryan insists on practicing every day is that he heard George say that after his strength improves, he can cure his lameness. If possible, who wouldn't want to run and jump like a normal person? Thank you, book friends, for your collection. Every bit of your support is a great encouragement to Zuta. Zuta will continue to work hard and update at least once a day. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 7: The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clone. Chapter 7: The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clone. In this atmosphere of teaching and learning, time flies to February. Last night, George used 30 energy points to once again extract a skill from the world of Naruto, the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. This skill uses a huge amount of chakra to increase the number of shadow clones. Thousands of shadow clones can be created at one time. Because this technique consumes so much chakra, the second Hokage in the anime considered that people without a large amount of chakra would injure themselves or even endanger their lives if they used this technique. Therefore, he classified it as a forbidden technique and sealed it in the scroll. In fact, according to the anime he watched in his previous life, there are many powerful skills in the world of Naruto, such as the reincarnation of the earth, the flying thunder god technique, the six paths technique, etc. However, when George learned the multi-shadow clone technique, he discovered that those before the power of a spell basically has a fixed value. But this skill does not, which means that its bottom line and ceiling are determined according to the user's own situation. To give a very simple example, in the opening chapter of Naruto, the protagonist Naruto used the art of multiple shadow clones, and it was so difficult to defeat even a ninja school teacher. But in the later stage, those were the opponents Naruto fought against. If Pain had learned this trick, it would have ended early. This skill is still a very demanding skill. In addition to the chakra energy aspect, the multiple shadow clone technique as a forbidden technique also has extremely high requirements on the user's mental aspect, because the user of the multiple shadow clone technique, after creating many clones, the senses of these clones are connected to the user of the multiple shadow clone technique. In other words, when the multiple shadow clone technique creates many clones, what these clones see, smell, and feel pain and itchiness, etc., will be transmitted to the user of the multiple shadow clone technique as they are in the brain. In this case, if the user of the multiple shadow clone technique who has created many clones is not mentally strong enough, then he is likely to be unable to withstand the pressure brought by the large amount of information and eventually go crazy. And this is also the biggest difference between shadow clone techniques. In terms of chakra, George may not be able to compare with the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto yet, but he can now create 20 shadow clones at one time. Your own chakra can be fully restored in about 20 minutes. In terms of spirit, perhaps due to the transformation of the chaos bead, George was only slightly dizzy when he was taught cooking recipes for the first time. George tested it and arranged for 7 clones to practice climbing trees, 7 clones to contact and tread water, and more clones to read in the room. From last night to the next morning, 12 hours, when the clone dispersed in the morning, George did not feel any discomfort. So, after school the next afternoon, George directly arranged 10 shadow clones in the school library. In fact, George has already finished learning high school knowledge, and the reason why he still stays in school is to get some social performance points. With the perspective of the past life, in this era of such backward technology. Although George doesn't plan to be a scientist, he can still find a bunch of people to help him with his research. Arming the brain with knowledge was something that high school teachers in previous lives often talked about. The remaining 10 were arranged by George to practice ninjutsu in the woods. Now, none of the ninjutsu that George knows is the main attack skill. But he clearly remembered the entire process of developing a ninjutsu, the Raise Nanjutsu. The principle is to concentrate chakra in the hands to form high-density chakra balls that rotate at high speed. Practicing this move is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to release chakra in one part of the body, such as feet, hands, etc. The second stage is to continuously release a certain amount of chakra. A stage for further practice. The third stage, water polo balloon training, maintains the released chakra and materializes it until the balloon can be burst. After this stage, the Raise Nan can already cause damage, but it can only cause very light surface damage. In the final stage, all the previous things are combined, the chakra is concentrated in the hand, and the chakra is continuously released, maintained, and finally solidified to become a small typhoon. It becomes infinitely powerful and can not only cause greater surface damage, and can penetrate into the enemy's body and destroy the enemy's interior. Unfortunately, George has no way to find the balloon now. Because the balloon was not invented until 1933. People used to use animal offal instead. George bought a few at the grocery store after school, which was enough for preliminary practice. There are many ways to develop this skill in the future, but George doesn't remember them very well, so there is no need to consider them at this stage. After dinner, George taught Ryan the 3-body technique, which can increase Ryan's self-protection ability. These days, George has taught Ryan all the hand seal gestures and told him that they are the basis of all ninjutsu. So Ryan's contact was very serious, and it was almost done. The rest needs to be practiced together with skills to increase the speed of seal formation faster. When Ryan learns all 3 techniques, he will be at the age where he graduates from the ninja school in the anime. Don't think that a genin who has just graduated from ninjutsu will be bad, that's because it's not specifically described in the anime. You know, genin who graduate from the ninja school can go directly to the battlefield. Moreover, it is described in the anime that many samurai who have trained for many years are no match for a genin. In addition to the role of ninjutsu, the more critical thing here is reaction speed. When the time comes, Ryan will be equipped with 2 pistols, it's exciting just thinking about it. As for why George himself doesn't have a gun, the reason is actually very simple. First, because he had never touched a gun before, and he couldn't hit anyone with a gun. If you start contacting from now on, there is also a problem, it requires too much bullet consumption. Second, because of age, US law stipulates that only those over 18 years old can legally purchase guns. In fact, there were pistols at home, but they were all captured by his father from the battlefield as a souvenir. Therefore, although George lives in the United States, he has never played with a gun, which I have to say is quite strange. The next morning, the first thing George did when he woke up was to remove the shadow clone technique. Everything the school's 10 clones learned last night was directly integrated into George's mind. The several clones in the woods did not make any progress. Fortunately, George did not expect to master them in a short time. He knew that he was never a genius, so he just had to practice slowly. He was always using shadow clones anyway. Then George was ready to take the carriage to school. However, when they reached the town, George got off the carriage briefly because he needed to use the bathroom. After a short delay, he continued riding the carriage to the school. He didn't really go for a convenience just now, but walked to a deserted corner and summoned 2 shadow clones to transform into adult white people. He arranged for the 2 shadow clones to go to Wilmington and Pennsylvania to find 2 factories. This involves his next plan. Because in a different world, I still don't know if these 2 factories exist. Even if he found it, he didn't know if these 2 factories would still make the things he remembered. Wilmington is a seaport city in North Carolina, about 1,000 kilometers away from Memphis, the largest city around George. Pennsylvania is a little further away, but you can get there in a week. How long it will take to find him and the factory is uncertain. George's original plan was to go and look for this place himself after finishing the exam, but now that he has the technique of multiple shadow clones, he can safely leave it to him. One day, George was just hanging out in school. As school was about to end, George found an opportunity. This time he split into 8 shadow clones and continued studying at school. In fact, it's just reading. There are not many advanced books in the school library, but the books cover a wide range of topics. Therefore, George was going to read through all the books he said he had. With George's current memory, he can memorize a book after reading it 3 times. Therefore, George planned to memorize as many subject-related books in school as he could before leaving school. Then read some travel biographies, because these books often record some magical things. These things may not all be true, but it does not prevent them from being left as a target to search for in the future. After returning home in the evening, after dinner, this time, George split into 2 clones and went to practice ninjutsu in the woods, leaving 7 behind. Because these days George has been thinking about how to quickly expand his popularity and how to make money quickly. There are many ways to make money, including selling wine. Although each family had saved some wine before, people who know how to drink wine know that they can drink for several years with their own wine. So now newspapers are protesting against the fact that Prohibition is in effect. Some newspapers directly accuse Coca-Cola and other large beverage companies, saying that they bribed the government and promoted the promulgation of Prohibition. Who said that they would make the biggest profit this time? George knew that during Prohibition, the 2 Coke companies made a lot of money. Although selling wine makes money, George also has a space that can be used as a means of smuggling. This inherent advantage will never be detected, but it is not suitable for him now. Point 1 is because he needs to go abroad to buy wine in person, which is too far. This is nothing. The key is the second point: there is no reliable sales channel. It was only after reading the newspapers these days that George realized that in addition to bringing with him an understanding of social trends and time for the development of some technologies from his previous life, he also brought something else, that is, cultural works. In my previous life, as a 35-year-old unmarried man, I just passed the time by watching movies, TV novels, etc. There was no television broadcasting in this era, but there were newspapers. This thought together directly opened a window for George. Writing novels is definitely a way to become famous and profitable. So after several days of consideration, George chose the most suitable novel, Harry Potter. This novel is a Western fantasy novel in terms of subject matter, which is in line with Westerners' tastes. In terms of audience, this novel can be said to be suitable for all ages. This can be seen from its success in later generations. Another thing is that this is suitable for George's age characteristics. Think about it: if he wrote The Old Man and the Sea, no one would believe that he could write it. There are 7 sets of Harry Potter books in total, with a total of more than 290 million words. George planned to finish it all before going to Washington, and then find a big newspaper to serialize it. If the response is good, then consider publishing a book. So tonight he deliberately kept 7 clones and wrote novels at the same time. Because I read it more than once in my previous life, it was basically written from memory. George fell asleep to the rustling of brush strokes. Thank you to book friend Yuan Chien Fuan for your recommendation vote. Thank you for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 8: The News Comes. Chapter 8: The News Comes. The next day, this time George did not cancel the multiple shadow clones by himself. He just let the shadow clones in the school and the woods attack each other and disperse by themselves. Because there are still 2 shadow clones that he sent out to find the target. Fortunately, the shadow clone has the property of dissipating after being damaged. But this time, George discovered something different. Before, all the multiple clones were dispersed by George himself. This time, he let the shadow clones attack each other and dispersed by himself. The instant death of 11 shadow clones gave George the kind of heart palpitations, which were different from the transfer of knowledge. Sure enough, there is great terror between life and death. In order to train himself, George decided to cancel all future shadow clones in this way. It took George a while to recover. I don't think anyone would feel too good about being killed 11 times at once. Just like that, the time came 5 days later, at noon. George was taking a lunch break when a memory suddenly came to him. It turned out that it was sent by the shadow clone who went to Wilmington. This is the legendary message delivered by death. George said silently, "I will remember you." After amusing himself for a while, George sorted out the memories of this clone. In this life, this shadow clone allowed George to see the difference in the outside world in a special way for the first time. What he saw was a kind of prosperity. In Memphis and Wilmington, high-rise buildings had appeared in the city, women on the road were wearing heavy makeup, and cars were driving through the streets. In George's memory, this was the beginning of an economic wave in the United States, and all he had to do was seize the current opportunities. In the memory of the shadow clone, he was in Wilmington and finally found it, DuPont Company. DuPont is a global research-based company founded in 1802. In later generations, DuPont's business scope covers food, healthcare, clothing, construction, transportation, and other life fields. DuPont was mainly engaged in the production of gunpowder in the 1811th century. It had become the largest gunpowder manufacturer in the United States at that time. Until 1902, when the company's president, Eugene DuPont, passed away, his 3 great-grandsons later bought DuPont through acquisition and formulated a new development plan for DuPont. They established Eastern Laboratories, one of the first industrial laboratories in the United States. In 1904, DuPont began producing varnish and other non-explosive products. In later generations, this company's annual revenue in 2020 was more than $2,000 billion, and its net profit was nearly $30 billion per year. While George was thinking about DuPont all afternoon, another shadow clone also sent back a message. This time George focused directly on the final result. Another company he was looking for, the American Westinghouse Company, was also found. The Westinghouse Company in the United States actually went bankrupt in later generations, but its former glory is undeniable. It was founded by George Westinghouse in Pennsylvania, USA on January 1886. Westinghouse Electric Company was once a Fortune 8 company with an annual turnover of more than $500 billion. It is widely active in the fields of energy, transportation, communications, military, aerospace, and environmental health management. Hundreds of millions of homes, commercial buildings, and government departments on 5 continents around the world use Westinghouse's products and services. Now George is very lucky to be able to find these 2 companies at once, but he is also very distressed because he has no money. It's like there's meat in the pot, but you just don't have the tools to hold it. Of course, it is impossible to say that he went to grab it directly, which is also unrealistic. In total, George still has some money. There are more than 40 in the bank. If you want to satisfy your own life, that's totally fine. I would like to join these 2 companies, but they are too different. George's clone also made inquiries about these 2 companies locally. George's valuation of both companies is probably hundreds of millions of dollars. So George's more than 40 yuan doesn't need to be considered at all. But there is no chance. Because, according to the historical development of previous lives, this summer, in August, an economic crisis will break out in the United States. This economic crisis did not end until the end of 1921, which took about 2 years. The economic adjustment after making a fortune in World War I was mainly due to the weakening of external demand. During the crisis, industrial production fell by 25%, and machine manufacturing, coal and steel all fell by about 70%. the overall agricultural production index fell by 11.4%, with prices of major agricultural products falling by up to 70%, the unemployment rate reaching a maximum of 23.1%. This is why George found a lot of excuses to sell the farm in advance. Moreover, after the end of this economic crisis, other industries have slowly recovered, but the situation of the agricultural industry has not improved much, and the prices of agricultural products have not rebounded. George just took advantage of this opportunity to invest money in more profitable industries. George also has two companies, Coke and Best. The current valuation of both companies is around $300 million. These four companies are the ones that George has always coveted. And it is still a relatively confident company. The details will depend on whether the early development goes smoothly. After finding his goal, George stopped paying attention there for the time being. His first priority now was to finish writing and make arrangements for going to college. When there were about 10 days before the exam, George informed Ms. Ally that they were leaving here. George gave Ally one more month's salary and dismissed Ally. George and Ryan started to pack their things. Because they won't come back after they leave. The houses have been sold along with the farm. There weren't many things to take away, so Ryan only packed one suitcase. George packed two suitcases, one large and one small. One small one contains George's clothes, and the other large one contains some of his parents' things, including a violin from his mother, several firearms collected by his father, family photos, and other items. There were too many things, so George told Ryan to leave them at school for the time being. After they were confirmed by the university, he would entrust the school teacher to help send them over. In fact, George put the items into the chaotic space after arriving at school. I also made a special trip to the cemetery to say goodbye to my parents in this life. The next day, after the two finished cleaning up, they handed the keys to the person who came to collect the house. The two carried their suitcases and walked out of the door. When he reached the door, George looked back at the place where he had lived for more than 10 years. Ryan patted him on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "There is a home where there are people. You have to go out after all." George nodded and said, "I understand, Uncle Ryan, I promise, I will buy it back in the future." If it weren't for the poor economy later on, it would be too much pressure for him to bear the burden of a money-losing farm and ranch. In fact, George didn't want to sell it. After all, this is where he has lived for more than 10 years. After getting into the rented car, George looked at the scenery slowly moving away and secretly told himself that everything was just beginning and he would definitely succeed. Ryan looked at George and said nothing. As for the school graduation party and so on, what does that have to do with George? He was not familiar with those classmates to begin with, and he only participated in various activities in school to get activity points. Now that I got what I needed, I told the school that I needed to go to the test center to prepare, so I left school early. It took more than 3 hours of driving to reach Memphis. Because I knew in advance the school where the SAT test center was located, I directly found a hotel in that community, checked in, paid for the bus, and let the bus leave. After completing the formalities, the two of them had lunch at the hotel and went back to their rooms to rest. Because in this era, riding a car for more than 3 hours is really not a comfortable experience. The next day, early in the morning. George and Ryan finished breakfast at the hotel, and George asked the hotel to arrange a car. He planned to take a tour of the city today to deepen his understanding of this era. The car door was opened by a white driver. After George got in the car, he looked inside the car. There was a truck on the farm before, but it was the treasure of the farm and it was impossible for him to drive it for fun. It was later sold directly. So this is my first time taking a car. Cars of this era look pretty good on the outside and are decorated with wood inside. Moreover, what was new to George was seeing the driver's hand-cranked ignition method. There is an inexplicable sense of joy. Then I recalled the development of keys in later generations. It was not until 1927 that rechargeable vehicle batteries were used in cars for the first time. Cars suddenly evolved from the joystick era to the one-button start era. Yes, you read that right, it was indeed a one-button start era, because at that time the car key hanging on the car owner's waist was only responsible for opening the door lock and had no ignition function. This invention not only facilitates car owners, but also facilitates various car thieves. After all, with the one-button start, even the physical strength of the joystick is saved. At this time, the rigorous Germans decided to add a lock to the ignition system for anti-theft encryption. This is the prototype of the now common key ignition. However, 2 keys are still a burden to the car owner after all, and he will not be able to drive if he loses either one. Therefore, the technical department of Mercedes put forward the technical improvement suggestion of designing 2 keys into one. This is actually the complete concept of modern car keys. The most critical point that can be seen here is the application of rechargeable vehicle batteries to cars. And George remembered that rechargeable batteries had been invented during this era. This battery is made from nickel, iron, and alkaline solution. Keeping this matter in mind, George continued to observe the inside of the car and found that there was another problem. That is, the car seats do not have small pillows, and the seat backs are as high as the person's shoulders, so there is no support for the head. George couldn't help but feel happy. This could earn him a lot of money. Then there's nothing to see in the car. Although he was very interested in cars, George felt that he would never be able to drive a car that had to be cranked by hand before driving. After walking around for a day, they bought a few newspapers outside and returned to the hotel after dinner. After returning to 9 o'clock, George did not let Ryan leave, but called Ryan to his room. He first asked Lane to collect all current car brands, business scales, and production scales in the United States. Secondly, he asked Lane to find out who currently holds the patent for rechargeable batteries. Third, find out which newspapers can be found across the United States. In the following days, Ryan visited major car dealerships, newspaper offices, and other places in Memphis, while George stayed in the room and read quietly. Thank you, book friends, for always loving you, for your recommendation vote. Thank you for your support. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Completing the Exam. Chapter 9, Completing the Exam. January 1923, afternoon. The weather is very good today, the sun is shining brightly and the breeze is gentle. George came out of the SAT test center behind him and saw Ryan standing opposite a car. The car belonged to the hotel where they lived and was rented by them during this period. Ryan, seeing George coming out, waved to George. After George got in the car, Ryan asked, "George, how do you feel? When will the results be available?" George smiled and said, "It may not be a problem to get full marks. The results will take about a week." Ryan smiled and said, "Well done, you can have a nice drink today." "Haha. Maybe the less you have, the more you want. The more precious the wine is now, the more people want to drink." George feels that Ryan is drinking more and more frequently now. Ryan probably didn't have much wine left in his suitcase. George laughed and said, "Okay, I also have 2 bottles of 1890 bourbon in my suitcase. Let's open one to try today." Both of them drank a lot that night, and George felt as if he had forgotten something. The next day, George woke up from bed. When he saw the newspaper placed in the hotel, George remembered that he had forgotten to take out the items. Then George sat on the bed, and his consciousness entered the chaos bead. This time George used 30 points of energy to extract only one blood-red gem from the world of Naruto. The moment he got the blood crystal, a flow of information let George know what he was getting. It was not a gem but a crystallization of blood. This blood is called blood inheritance in Naruto. In fact, they are all a kind of thing. If you put it on the wound, it will automatically integrate with the body, giving the body extraordinary abilities. But the thing sounds good, but I can't bear the blood limit that George drew this time. This is a blood relay with the corpse bone veins in Naruto. With this blood relay, it can freely manipulate bone bud cells and osteoclasts, and can even control the calcium concentration to form bones. His strong bones are equivalent to having defensive power that prevents normal physical attacks from getting close, and once he counterattacks, these bones can become the strongest spear. It also allows the body of the blood successor owner to have the ability to quickly heal wounds caused when bones are broken. This ability is quite strong, but the problem is that in the original book, this blood limit is accompanied by an incurable disease, which is a bit of a pitfall. George carefully recalled the information that had just merged into his mind. There were also skills unique to this bloodline, such as corpse vein 10-finger penetration, corpse vein willow dance, corpse vein chun dance, etc. In fact, these skills are all a kind of development of physical abilities, extracting bones to form weapons, using speed to attack enemies, or using bones to form defenses. After reading the information, George felt relieved. It turned out that this bloodline had been baptized by the energy of the chaos bead and did not have the shortcomings that George was worried about. George immediately picked up the fruit knife from the fruit bowl and made a cut on the palm of his hand, and then placed the blood inheritance crystal on the wound. It was as if the crystals melted directly into water and slowly disappeared from the wound. The wound on the palm of the hand also healed slowly, disappearing completely in a few seconds, leaving no scars. At this time, George only felt that his body was slowly getting hot, so hot that George began to feel uncomfortable. George immediately ran into the bathroom, stood under the shower, turned on the shower, opened the cold water valve to the maximum, and let the cold water flow down the top of his head and all over his body. He opened the cold water valve in the bathtub and filled it with cold water. George got in directly and felt comfortable instantly. George closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. When George woke up again and looked at the clock in his room, 2 hours had passed. George stood in the center of the room, closed his glasses, and slowly felt the changes in his body. Then 2 bone rods slowly grew out of the palms of George's hands, and then slowly began to look like 2 knives. Then it slowly disappeared from the palm of my hand. George opened his eyes and looked at his unscarred palms. George picked up the fruit knife again and made a cut on the back of his hand. 3 seconds later, the scar disappeared, leaving a shallow blood mark. George wiped it with paper, but nothing was left. George could feel pain when the skin was broken, but it felt like there was a layer of veil. He knew it hurt, but it still hurt, and there was an indescribable feeling. Then George pointed his finger at the wall between the bedroom and the bathroom, and 3 bang 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 sounds came from the wall. George came to the wall and saw that he had punched 3 small holes in the wall. Finally, George found 3 phalanges on the bathroom wall. George used a knife to take out the phalanx. This thing should not be thrown around casually. It would be troublesome if it was picked up by others. It was better to put it away. When you are ready, you can also test the ingredients. The biggest benefit that this bloodline brings to George is self-healing. Like a 10-finger piercing bullet, this skill can achieve the goal like George holding a gun and use his own bones as a weapon. George has space, and he can put down any number of cold weapons. However, forming bone armor is not bad, at least it is a defensive method, and the bone structure is much tighter. It has not been tested yet, and it is not known how strong an attack it can withstand. Then George summoned the shadow clone again and found that the shadow clone could also use blood. George discovered that the multiple shadow clones that had been separated before disappeared when they were hurt. But when the shadow clone controlled by George is protected by bone armor, the damage it can withstand will increase, and it will become less easy to explode. After testing, the fruit knife cannot penetrate this layer of bone armor. The shadow clone's survivability has been enhanced, which also greatly improved George's safety. George is one step closer to becoming an army. After 2 months of growth in strength, George is now able to maintain 25 clones at the same time. In addition to changes in strength, when George changed his clothes and prepared to ask Ryan to have lunch with him, he discovered that his height had also changed, and he was about 5 centimeters taller than before. George's previous height was 175 centimeters, and his clothes fit him perfectly. Now that I have grown to 180 centimeters, my clothes are much shorter, but because I don't have suitable clothes, I can only do this for the time being. After seeing George's changes and knowing that they were caused by practice, Ryan became more interested in practice. He probably was still thinking that he could heal his feet through hard practice in the future. However, George believed that he would definitely draw skills or items that could heal him in the future, so he did not tell Ryan that he could not heal by only practicing the 3-body technique. After having a simple steak at noon, the two went to buy clothes again in the afternoon. George didn't have high requirements for clothing before, as long as he was comfortable in what he wore. However, under Ryan's suggestion, I still bought 2 high-end formal suits for future use. Then George bought several sets of clothes for Ryan. He used to live in a small town and had no requirements for clothing. But in the future, if George wants to develop in business, he will need to deal with many people, so he must pay attention to his clothing. After the two bought a bunch of clothes, George bought each of them a luxury watch. The watches of this era were still handmade and very beautiful. Every time George sees these things, he has the urge to buy them all back. If these watches are collected as a collection, they will be worth 100 times 1,000 times in future generations. Fortunately, George is more restrained. Now he needs to plan carefully every money he spends, and it is not yet time to squander it. A week later, George and Ryan boarded the train to Washington with his newly obtained perfect SAT score report. The trains of this era were still old-fashioned steam trains. Although the average speed was only 60 km per hour, there were still many people on the train. George asked the flight attendant to change to a separate box, and then he calmed down. George had no free time this week. First of all, the novel he prepared has been completed, and all the handwritten versions have been stored in his space. And he is writing another novel called Of Mice and Men. This novel describes 2 good friends who support each other. One is the shrewd hawk, and the other is a mildly mentally retarded child, René. Because René had poor social adaptability and always made mistakes, the two of them had no choice but to change jobs. In the ranch of the rich O'Shea, they worked hard to weave their dreams. Hawk promised René that if he obeyed and didn't get into trouble, he could take care of a nest of rabbits for himself in the future, and his dream was about to come true. One time, Lenny accidentally strangled May, the wife of O'Shea's son Curly, which made a big mistake. To avoid being chased by farm boys, Lenny ran away. As the guys scramble to hunt down Lenny, Hawk rushes to Lenny in order to prevent Lenny from being killed and humiliated by the farm boys. He raised his gun, put the muzzle close to the back of Lenny's head, and shot him. This novel is relatively short, only more than 7 words. Describing an idyllic ranch life. The novel was later adapted into a movie. So, George was already silently writing the novel. Perhaps it was the transformation of energy, but George found that his memory was a bit scary now, and he could already remember it with a photographic memory. Even in my last life, I only read a novel like this once, but now when I recall it, I can't miss a single punctuation mark. Secondly, this week he also controlled the shadow clone to slowly practice the weapon formation of the corpse veins. Among the transfer skills, there is one that can directly form a knife, but George doesn't like that kind of island knife. George practiced slowly according to the pattern of the embroidered spring knife in his memory. He also controlled his shadow clone to form a set of armor based on his own memory. The style is based on the golden holy cloth of Sagittarius in the movie Saint Seiya that I watched when I was a child, and was formed bit by bit. After practice, I can basically change clothes in 1 second. George also added a face mask to the armor separately. Wearing white bone armor and a white mask, he is full of oppression. The key is the wings in the bone armor prototype, and George also realized them all according to the model. These days, George specially divided out 10 shadow clones to study the formation of wings. George hopes that one day he can fly with these wings. However, it has initially produced results. Just last night, the shadow clone was able to glide short distances. This was after the shadow clone had practiced the decomposition and condensation of bones to a subtle level, and the shadow clone caught an owl. Use the bones from the body to cover the owl's original wings bit by bit in a granular form. Unfortunately, after the experiment, the owl was useless. Fortunately, this would have been enough punishment in the previous life. During this period, something that was more beneficial to George happened, that is, the 3 finger bones that had been used in the previous experiment turned into a pile of ashes the next day. George didn't get into the reasons why, but it was a good thing. These are the bones in his own body. If he encounters a battle in the future and leaves the finger bones for other people to use for something, it will be a hidden danger. It takes a day to go to Washington by train, and George can use this time to study Lane and the information he just handed over to him yesterday. Through research, George found that in the automobile industry, the company that best meets his goals now is Lincoln Motors. This company was only established in 1917. According to Lane's investigation, this company does not seem to be very peaceful now. When he was inspecting the car dealer, he happened to encounter an employee having a salary issue, and he also broke the news that their head office was involved in a lawsuit. For such a person, wages could not be paid and he was in trouble again. If another economic crisis breaks out, George thinks this company will be very difficult and may even be on the verge of bankruptcy. Therefore, George focused on the Lincoln Motor Company's information and did not take a closer look at other car companies' information. Newspaper. George chose the New York Moon Times, which is a periodical mainly focusing on business information and celebrity entertainment. The reason why George chose this newspaper was firstly because of its wide audience, and secondly because this newspaper could reach more than half of the major cities in the United States. Although this newspaper is only the third in the U.S. newspaper industry. But it fully met George's needs. Right now, there is only the owner of the rechargeable battery that George wants to know the most. There is no result yet, but it will be soon. Ryan found his former quartermaster comrade and asked him to check directly from the government department. I believe there will be results soon. Because he still had to stay on the train for a long time, George also had the opportunity to experience the train's dining car service. This train is also equipped with a special dining car, and you need to be able to eat in the dining car at any time. If you are willing to give a little extra tip, the flight attendant can also send you to your box. The food tastes good, but the price is really expensive. After dinner, George and Ryan discussed ninjutsu training again. Then he answered a few more questions from Ryan, and then George went to bed early. Thanks to book friend Swansea my name ismy for your recommendation vote, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Novel Publishing. Chapter 10 Novel Publishing. One day later, George and Ryan got off the train. Perhaps because the train journey was not long enough, George did not feel much discomfort. And he also finished Of Mice and Men on a Train. Ryan was also surprised to see George writing a novel on the train. But after reading this book, I only said one thing: this book will definitely be a hit. He understood that George was preparing to publish his novel. The next evening, George and Ryan arrived at the address given by General MacArthur. George unexpectedly discovered that this place turned out to be the address of General MacArthur's home. In this country, those who can be directly invited to the home are those with very close relationships. It can also be seen from this that General Arthur valued George's father. The person who opened the door for them was General MacArthur's wife. After Ryan stated his intention and handed over General MacArthur's previous reply letter, the lady warmly entertained the two of them. Unfortunately, General MacArthur has to attend a military meeting and will not be back for at least 3 days. The two people who received the news did not stay at the general's house for long. They left 2 bottles of bourbon prepared for the general before returning to the hotel. In the next 2 days, the two of them prepared for submission, but things did not go smoothly. Because, in large newspapers, they can't find anyone who can make the decision. The conditions given by smaller newspapers were too harsh, and they basically regarded George as their writer. After the novel was published, they basically had nothing to do with him.so. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that the two came back disappointed from a newspaper office. After walking into the hotel lobby, they were stopped by the hotel manager and handed over a note saying that a gentleman had left a message for them. Ryan gave the manager a tip, took the note, and handed it directly to George. After spending this time together, Ryan was more and more surprised by George's changes, and this change was all round. Ryan could also feel George's stability during the communication. So now Ryan is increasingly positioning himself as a butler. All things are decided by George. He only watches silently and only does what a butler should do. George took the note and saw that it was a message from a man named Kent, which meant that Mr. MacArthur had returned and arranged for him to pick up George and the others. But without waiting for the two of them, he left a message telling them that he would come again in the afternoon. After George read the message, he told Ryan, and the two went back to the room to wait. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. When George opened the door, he saw a strange white man. George probably came to pick them up. Surprisingly, Ryan was very excited when he saw the visitor, and the two hugged warmly. On the way to Mr. MacArthur's house, Lane introduced his comrade. It turned out that the person who came was Pombo Eisen, who was also a comrade of Ryan and George's father at the time. After he heard that the person who was coming to pick him up was Ryan, he took over the job of Kent. The two old comrades had endless topics to talk about when they met. When I learned that George was Feynman Orwell's son, and that Feynman died of the flu, I felt emotional for a while. The two were General Arthur, whom they met in the study. General MacArthur's first impression on George was that he had strong features and sharp and profound eyes. He did not appear to be ungrateful or unrestrained. It was difficult to tell anything from his expression. After they sat down respectively, MacArthur laughed and said to George first, "You must be George Orwell. I have heard Ryan introduce you in a letter before. Yes, you are a good soldier. Why don't you come directly to the military academy? Sample. On the way here, I heard Pombo Eisen say that General MacArthur is now the dean of the military school, but I didn't expect that he would directly invite George to attend the military school as soon as they met. However, George scorned the honor of the United States, and he was not likely to fight for this country. So when George wanted to politely refuse, Ryan saw it from the side and immediately helped to rescue him. General, George, he was there before. My mental state has not been very good, and it just got better some time ago. This has been going on for more than 10 years. Then he told MacArthur in detail the symptoms of George's illness over the years. General MacArthur said again, "It's a pity, but how is your situation now?" This time George took the initiative to answer, "Thank you, General, for your concern. I am much better now. It's just that I won't have any reaction to what happens outside after I fall asleep at night, and I must sleep 10 hours a day." Here George he told a small lie, and MacArthur couldn't possibly verify it anyway. Maybe he just said it casually. General MacArthur said, "Forget it, your father was a cadet at the army school with me, and later participated in the war together. If he had not retired, it would have been a different story. So you don't need to call me as a general, just call me uncle. Ryan has also told me the purpose of your visit this time, but I also want to ask you in person, are you ready? MIT is not a community college." George secretly thought, "Yes, Uncle MacArthur, I'm ready. I want to study medicine and solve my own physical problems." After saying that, he took out the test report card and handed it to MacArthur respectfully. After General MacArthur picked up the test and saw the perfect score, he also laughed and said, "I didn't realize it, but you are still a genius. Getting a perfect score is not an easy thing. Now that you have thought about it, I will help you." After saying that, he returned to the desk and took out an envelope from the drawer, pulled out the letter paper, unfolded it, and wrote a few words on it. After returning to the sofa and sitting down, he handed the envelope to George. George saw that it was a recommendation letter that had been written before, with the Department of Medicine just filled in. George stood up quickly, bowed respectfully to MacArthur and said, "Thank you, Uncle MacArthur." MacArthur laughed and said, "This is just a small thing. My letter of recommendation is enough. I still know the Dean of MIT, and I believe he will give me this face." Then George and Ryan accompanied MacArthur to chat about some events of the year. In the evening, at MacArthur's invitation, the two stayed for dinner together. While chatting at the dinner, MacArthur heard that George had written a novel and was preparing to publish it. After hearing the general description of the content, MacArthur was very interested. Just ask the driver to take them back and bring the novel manuscript back with them. In this way, the two of them finished dinner without disturbing each other too much. After returning to the hotel, I picked up the manuscript of Mice and Men and gave it to the driver before going back to their rooms to rest. At noon the next day, just after the two had lunch, Pombo Eisen appeared with the manuscript and brought good news. General MacArthur read the original manuscript that night, and his wife also read it. After reading it, I felt that this novel was well written, so today I introduced George to a newspaper that was connected to their school, and asked Pombo Eisen to go directly to the editor of the newspaper with his business card. George was also very happy to hear the news. Then the three of them took a car driven by Pang Bo and arrived at the newspaper office. When the editor of the newspaper saw that it was the general who introduced him, he didn't hesitate and quickly signed a contract with him. George's novel will begin serialization in the newspapers in 2 days' time. After finishing working on the novel, Pang Bo took the two of them to a restaurant. But instead of sitting down in the hall, he went directly into the kitchen. Just when George was wondering, he saw Pang Bo opening the door of the freezer and beckoning the two of them to follow him. Then he opened a small door from the side and walked in. Passing through the small door, George discovered that this was also a restaurant. It's no different from the decoration outside, maybe it's just newer. The difference is that there is wine on the tables here. George understood that this was the kind of restaurant where regular customers could drink in order to prevent inspections. This type of restaurant was very common during Prohibition in the United States. In the previous life, the most famous place seemed to be called Restaurant Number 21. Restaurant Number 21 is a secret wine cellar built during Prohibition. Many presidents of the United States will dine at this restaurant after taking office. It was later hailed as the President of the United States' favorite illegal restaurant. During this period, the U.S. government organized a special team called the Liquor Search Team. Therefore, many businessmen tried to find ways to avoid raids, because the profits from alcohol during this period were already too great. In Capital, Marx wrote that capital always hopes to make money faster and easier. Once there are appropriate profits, capitalists will become bolder. If there is a 20.00% profit, it is guaranteed to be used everywhere. If there is a 50.00% profit, it will be active. If there is a % profit, it will take desperate risks. If there is a % profit, it will dare to trample all laws. With % profit, you dare to commit any crime and even risk being hanged. After the three of them sat down, the waiter handed over the menu and introduced them to them. Today's kitchen is preparing grilled sea bass, and we recommend pairing it with white wine. If you just look at the meticulous service attitude of the waiter, it is difficult to imagine that this is just an underground restaurant, and what the waiter just recommended is prohibited items. Because of his age, after all, his youth can be seen from his appearance. George ordered a glass of fruit juice separately. The rich fruit flavor paired with the freshly grilled sea bass, and the delicate taste just diluted the greasy texture of the grilled fish. It's a pity that there are not many white wines of sufficient vintage available on the market now. It will be difficult to drink such good wine in the future. Swirling the white wine in his hand, Pang Bo said with regret. Affected by the Prohibition Act, the entire United States is extremely strict on the transportation and sales of alcohol products. Nowadays, most of the alcohol in many restaurants is smuggled into the United States, and this situation creates a problem. That is, the quality of wine in every restaurant cannot be guaranteed. Fortunately, George is different from them. George himself is not that dependent on wine, not to mention that he has thousands of bottles of wine in his space, which is enough for him to drink for many years if he only enjoys it alone. Moreover, he can also buy large quantities of alcohol from abroad without fear of being discovered. The three of them were just like this, chatting while eating. During the conversation, Pang Bo raised his head and looked at the two white men who had just entered the restaurant. After the other party sat down, Pang Bo said to Ryan and George, "Sorry, excuse me, I have some things to deal with." Then he saw Pang Bo stand up and walk towards the table where he just came in. Passing by the bar, Pombo asked the waiter for a bottle of white wine, and then walked to the table. Because they were far away, I didn't hear what they were talking about over there, but I could tell that the atmosphere was good. After Pombo and the white man talked for a few minutes, they smiled and shook hands. Pombo stood up and returned to his seat. Ryan cast a questioning look at Pombo. Pang Bo smiled and explained, "It's nothing. The man just now was the deputy director of the police station. 2 days ago, his men arrested a cousin of mine. After I went there, he treated him very respectfully. Let him go. If you happen to meet him here, just go over and thank him." Ryan seemed to know the situation at Pang Bo's house, so he picked up his wine glass and touched it with Pang Bo and said, "Have your family members come over there too?" Pang Bo nodded and smiled bitterly, "The life there is too hard. I took them over in the first 2 years. But my cousin is uneducated and can only do part-time labor. Now he still works with his brother, who is from the Corleone family." A few boys mixed together. Although George was confused when he heard it, he probably understood it. Ryan said, "Yes, the war in the first 2 years was too difficult, and life in Italy was not easy." After that, he had a drink with Pombo. John listened to their conversation and thought silently beside him. The more he listened, the more familiar he felt. Italy, Corleone, the underworld. Isn't this the plot of the movie The Godfather that I watched in my previous life? Italian-American Mafia, Corleone family? Thanks to book friend 20200403180255220 for the recommendation ticket, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Sales Channels. Chapter 11 Sales Channels. John thought to himself, are there really these 5 major families in America in this world? In other words, he was reborn into the world of the movie The Godfather. George wanted to figure this out immediately. He spoke directly to Pang Bo, "Uncle Ison, you just mentioned Corleone, so do you know that besides the Corleone family, are there any other families?" Pang Bo glanced at John and thought it was a child's curiosity about that kind of society, and replied, "Yes, there are several other families, but I haven't learned about them because I'm not interested." During the subsequent conversation between Pang Bo and Ryan, George did not get involved again, but was thinking about his own affairs. First of all, it is not completely certain that this is the world of the movie The Godfather. But what is certain is that this world also has families of Italian descent. And are there many Italians in the United States? After watching that movie in his previous life, George went out of his way to learn that only after 1870, the wave of immigrants to the United States began. Between 1880 and 1914, more than 400 million Italians immigrated to the United States. At this time, most of the immigrants came from southern Italy and Sicily, and most of them were poor farmers. About 50% of Italians who immigrated to the United States on a large scale are employed as workers. In addition, there are many skilled workers such as sailors, tailors, masons, shoemakers and barbers, which shows that there is a large population at the bottom. Moreover, Italians attach great importance to family and family ties, which can be seen in the movie. When George thought of this, he immediately thought of the business he had always wanted to do, but had no sales network and could not do it: smuggling alcohol. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's the world of The Godfather or not. What's important is that there is also a group of people like this. Even though the current Corleone is not the Corleone in the movie, George believes that he can turn him into a more prosperous family than that Corleone. So after dinner, Pombo took them back to the hotel. When he was about to leave, George stopped him and said, "Uncle Ison, can I meet your cousin?" This question made Pangbo unable to react for a moment. He thought for a while before returning to, "George, can I know what it is?" Then the 3 of them returned to the car. George looked at Ryan and Pangbo before saying, "I have stable shipping channels and can safely transport foreign wine to the country. However, I need sales channels." After listening, Ryan looked at George and said nothing. Pangbo glanced at Ryan, and when he saw that he didn't speak, he asked George directly, "George, do you know what you are talking about?" "Of course I know," George said affirmatively. Pangbo was silent for a while and said, "Let me think about it." "Okay, if you're in trouble, you can just give me the Corleone family's contact information." "I understand. I will bring them back after I consider returning it." After the 3 said goodbye to each other, Pangbo drove away from the hotel. Without making George and the others wait any longer, Pangbo invited George and Ryan to his home the next night. That night, George chose 2 red wines and came to Pombo's house with Ryan. Seeing the red wine that George brought, Pombo's eyes lit up slightly and he invited them into the house. George also saw 3 other people in the living room. After Pangbo introduced him, one was his cousin who also had the surname Corleone, and the other was the leader of the Corleone family here and the elder brother of his cousin's family. Called Maury Corleone. There was another person whom Pangbo didn't introduce, and George estimated that he should be the gunman, so he didn't ask. The eyes of the 2 Corleone family members also lit up when they saw the red wine brought by George. After Pangbo opened the wine, he invited everyone to dine. The wine served was another white wine. During the meal, everyone only talked about gossip and did not talk about wine-related topics. However, George asked Maury during the meal if there was anyone named Suni in their family. Because it would be impolite to directly ask the name of the patriarch of their family. If you ask if someone's name is Vito Corleone, it's okay if he doesn't. If it's the name of the godfather, it's tantamount to provocation. So it was very appropriate for George to use Sonny Corleone as a test. Sure enough, there is this man, and he is the son of the godfather. After listening to Maury's words, George secretly thought that indeed, there are 5 major families here. However, he is even more fortunate to have found a reliable partner. George, who has seen the movie, knows the Corleone family is a very united family, and it is also very powerful. When the godfather doesn't show his old age, it can be said that the Corleone family is the head of the 5 major families. Although the godfather is engaged in illegal business, he also protects the poor people. More importantly, he never touches the bad side. In the movie, it is precisely because the godfather is old, showing signs of fatigue, and unwilling to help other families sell money that other families are besieging him. After dinner, several people came to the living room and sat on the sofa. Pangbo brought some red wine glasses and poured a little of the sobered red wine into several glasses. After it was distributed to several people, everyone said nothing and slowly shook the red wine in the glass. After tasting a glass of red wine, Pangbo's cousin poured it for everyone again. This time Pangbo spoke first. George, I have already told Maury about your idea, and Maury and the others are very interested. George looked at Maury. Said, Maury, what do you mean? Of course I'm also very interested in your business, but I don't know how much wine you can provide. Maury chuckled. Maury, I am actually interested in your entire Corleone family. However, this is the first time we have met, in order to build mutual trust. Let's do this. You name a number. What do you mean? You name a certain amount, and I won't charge you any deposit for the time being. After 10 days, I'll let you see the wine. You'll pay when you're satisfied. George said, shaking his wine glass. Hearing George say this, everyone in the room, including Ryan, looked at him. At this time, Pangbo seemed to be afraid that George was talking too much, so he wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ryan, who was sitting opposite, shaking his head. Really? Are you kidding? Maury said seriously. What are you afraid of? I told you, tell me the quantity, and you'll pay after you see the wine. Ha ha ha, awesome, courageous, okay, then I want 5,000 bottles, any wine will do. Maury looked at Pangbo and said. George understood that these 5,000 bottles were not at all what they could sell in a month, and it was enough for a week. As for why it was so small, it was simply because of Pangbo's face that he came up with such a number. George looked at Pangbo, smiled, and then looked at Maury and laughed. Okay, I'll take the number you said. The two raised their wine glasses, clinked them, and drank the wine in one gulp. Others also raised their glasses and finished the wine together. In fact, this game has already started when you enter the door. Originally, Maury and the others were able to come tonight only because of Pangbo's favor, and the 2 bottles of red wine that George chose also showed his strength. Because Maury would definitely ask Pangbo about George's background, knowing that George was only a student and had just arrived in Washington. Here they want to buy 2 bottles of good red wine is not a simple matter. So George first used 2 bottles of red wine to dispel their contempt, and then further showed his strength with an order that was useless to take any risks. George didn't go any further and directly said that he wanted to see the Godfather. George had no shame in saying such ridiculous things. A student boy who couldn't even deal with the little boss couldn't get in front of the Godfather. Maury had the Corleone family as his backer. After seeing George's intentions, he still took a step back and only asked for bottles of wine. This means that as long as it is wine, quality is not required. These words left plenty of room for George in terms of both quantity and quality. Of course, if George really only produced 5,000 bottles of low-quality wine, then they would only regard George as a regional supplier. See the Godfather, it doesn't exist. Both parties understood what the other meant and reached a preliminary consensus, so they drank the glass of wine happily. Next came the chat session. George and the two sat for a while, and then the person who did not introduce his name was sent back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Ryan followed George into the room and said, "Do you need me to do anything?" When George entered, I took out a bottle of bourbon. When I had 2 glasses, I handed one to Ryan, and then said, "No need for the time being, but I plan to ask the teacher to build a winery in Canada, and wait for the teacher's arrangements. After it's over, I'd like to ask you to go over and look at it for me. The profit in this area is too great, and I don't trust other people." Ryan looked at the wine bottles on the table and nodded, "No problem, let me know after you make arrangements." After saying that, he directly picked up the entire bottle of bourbon on the table, turned around and left George's room. George looked at the bourbon in his hand, smiled and said nothing. After closing the doors and windows, George divided into 10 avatars to practice the bone armor formation of the corpse bone veins. Many things in the hotel are inconvenient to make too much noise. George discovered that bloodline is different from skills. As soon as the skills are introduced into his consciousness, George will directly learn them. After a little practice on both sides, he can completely master them. But the bloodline is different. The bone armor that formed initially was ugly and irregular. If you want to make a detailed analogy, for example, the formation of the golden version of the holy cloth is very slow, and it cannot be formed at all at the beginning. After practicing, I gradually became able to do it, but the speed is very slow and impractical in actual combat. After a little practice, the formation speed became faster, and even the wings, which could only be used as shields, could be unfolded. So this may be a development process, so George would summon multiple shadow clones and practice every night. Unfortunately, the room is still too small and can only summon 10. As for George's real body, after washing up, he sat in front of the window and thought about his plans. George still has about $45 in his account. There are still 3 months before the economic crisis in the summer, and he will soon go to Canada to buy a winery. There is no news about the patent there. He also wants to get the patent, which will require a lot of money. Therefore, we need to start selling wine as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, he turned around and asked a shadow clone to start using the transformation technique. Of course, George is not that perverted without turning into a woman. The clone he transformed was an owl. Thanks to the owl last time, he now knew the structure of the owl very well. So George is going to turn himself into an owl and fly to Canada. In order to make money, George is also crazy. As for whether the transformation technique can be changed, of course it can. In the anime, Naruto turns himself into a shuriken and throws it out. Itachi's crow clone. It's not about being able to do it, the key is proficiency. And George's proficiency in skills is at full level, so let the shadow clone change first to see if it is ugly or not. You know, being handsome lasts a lifetime. George found that after the shadow clone turned into an owl, he could not see any difference in appearance. He made the clone fly around the room twice more before disbanding it and pouring all his experience into it. Then he changed his clothes and dispersed the other clones, leaving only one in the room to deal with the others here instead of the main body. However, he did not let this clone be idle. He let this clone continue to create new novels. In this way, there is a good reason to lock yourself in the house all day long. Anyway, the awareness is the same and any emergency can be dealt with in time. It's a pity that it would be perfect if the clones could also share the chaotic space, and everything could be done by the clones. He shook his head. People, don't push yourself too far. Then he directly used the transformation technique to turn into an owl and flew out of the window. George first flew to a high place, identified the direction, and then flew directly to the north. After leaving Washington, it didn't take long for George to see a very large forest in front of him. George landed, directly summoned 11 clones, arranged for 10 clones to practice corpse veins in the forest, and arranged for another one to catch a sparrow. After becoming familiar with the structure of a sparrow, the main body turned the clone into an owl and the main body into a sparrow. Haha, don't you already have this mount and fly to Canada by yourself? Non-existent. When the clone is tired, he can change to another clone, which is basically no consumption for him. This flight was more than 2,000 miles directly to Walkerville. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Winery. Chapter 12 Winery. 30 hours later, George stood in front of the Bank of Canada in Niagara. Yes, George went straight for a big run. Instead of choosing to be close to cities such as Vancouver in the United States, we chose Walkerville, a small town in Ontario, Canada, close to Lake Ontario. The town is located on the shores of Lake Ontario and has a history of 200 years. There are more than a dozen wineries in the town and its surrounding areas, producing various wines. George didn't know much about it before, but after flying to Vancouver on the way, he learned from the locals that alcohol prohibition had been banned in Canada 4 years ago. But later, because too much smuggled alcohol from the United States entered Canada, Canada relaxed its alcohol prohibition. Similarly, now that the United States has begun to prohibit alcohol, NAGA has begun to support the United States. Therefore, several major cities close to the United States are the hardest hit areas for smuggling. George believed that even a nearby location would be visited by alcohol smugglers in a few years. If George just wants to buy a batch of wine back, that's easy. As long as the money is available, he can always buy it, but it won't last long. George knew about this alcohol prohibition, but it had been banned for more than 10 years. Therefore, George cannot always do this kind of bulk buying. I also inquired with the Canadians and found out that the raw materials for the two types of wine abundant in Canada are grains. In particular, Canadian whiskey, known as the top 5 whiskies in the world, requires a grain called rye. After confirming the location again, George flew directly to Attawakepist. Firstly, this place is due to the climate and is rich in crops. If you build a factory here, it will be very convenient to buy raw materials for brewing. Secondly, this place is close to the lake and faces the United States across the lake, so logistics and transportation are convenient. The larger the population, the easier it is to recruit workers. The most important thing is that there has been a winery here before, so buying directly saves time and effort. When George came to this place as a foreigner, it was very difficult to complete these things in a short time. So first in a deserted place, then put on the brand clothes I bought before, and then walked into the bank. As soon as I entered the bank gate, a beautiful woman in uniform walked up to me and said with a smile, "Hello, sir. How can I help you? I want to check the account balance." George said calmly. "Sir, this way please. State your name, account number, and verification password." By the time the bank verified the information with Bank of America, George had already refilled his coffee twice. Finally, the beautiful woman from before came over, bent down, and said softly, "Mr. Orwell, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I just checked and you still have $45 in your account." George nodded with satisfaction and smiled at the manager. George can definitely guarantee that the reason he smiled at the beauty was not because he found that the beauty's collar buttons, which were fine just now, were unbuttoned. Ahem. The beautiful manager then said in a softer tone, "Mr. Orwell, my name is Belle, is there anything else I can help you with?" "Of course, please help me invite one of the best agents here." "Thank you." "Mr. Orwell, do you want to buy anything? I can also introduce it to you. It's better to help me find a professional agent." If I need to browse the scenery of Walkerville, I will definitely come to you, beautiful lady. He didn't want to waste time on these people now, so he said directly. Okay, please come with me. Perhaps hearing the rejection in George's words, the female manager, whose name had not yet been remembered by George, led George into a reception room. After inviting George to sit down, someone brought another cup of coffee, but the beautiful manager had already gone out to look for someone. Within a few minutes, she brought in a bald, middle-aged man. After the two parties introduced each other, they sat down on both sides of the coffee table. The female manager resigned and left in a very ethical manner and closed the door of the conference room. George looked at the manager named John in front of him, who had about the same hair volume and fat belly as his previous life, and felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. George secretly thought that if he had not time traveled, he would probably be like this after middle age. John didn't know that the young man sitting on his right would think so much, so he asked directly, "Mr. Orwell, you are very welcome to Walkerville. Just now Belle told me that you have some needs from me. I can help you. What is it?" George looked at John and said, "Of course, that's the case. California produces two kinds of wine, one is whiskey and the other is wine. I want to buy two wineries. Of course, if there is a winery that can produce two kinds of wine at the same time. Better. Okay, is that all? Then, please wait a moment." After saying that, he stood up, bowed slightly to George, and then left the room. After another 10 minutes or so, John walked in with a folder. As he walked, he said, "Sorry, Mr. Orwell, for keeping you waiting." Then he sat down opposite, opened the document in his hand, turned to George, handed the document to George with both hands, and then introduced to George, "Mr. Orwell, please see that there are currently 5 wineries for sale here. One of them is a winery without supporting manor, and the other 4 are fully equipped wineries. Among them, Gwen Wine the winery is the most famous. In the past, this winery was rich in whiskey. However, since the death of Gwen Sr. 5 years ago, Gwen Jr. has his own business in Vancouver, and then caught up with the Canadian Prohibition. The winery has been suspended. This year Prohibition had just been lifted, and Gwen Jr. was planning to sell the winery. Across a small river from Gwen Winery was another winery specializing in the production of wine. If Mr. George bought both wineries, serialized together, we can just meet your requirements. What are the quotations of the 2 wineries? Do you have an estimate of the minimum transaction price? If I buy all 2 wineries, how will the section of the river flowing through the winery be calculated? Do I need to pay extra for water use in the future?" George asked all his questions at once, which saved the most time. "The most important thing is, are all the workers in the winery still here? Can production be resumed at any time?" John is indeed a professional agent and answered directly, "The total quotations from both sides are $25. If it is cash, I think we can negotiate $20. If we buy them all, we can donate some money to the government. You can directly surround the 2 wineries into one. As long as you do not pollute the water in the water source, you can use it as you like. Regarding the production issues you are concerned about, please rest assured. This city is not big and the employment positions are limited. The workers working for the 2 wineries are all good winemakers, but there are only so many local wineries. And the most important thing about wineries is technology, so all the winemakers and workers are still there. They can resume work at any time. When can we visit? Anytime. Let's go then." After saying that, George stood up directly. John followed immediately. When he reached the lobby, he asked George to wait for a moment. Then he invited George to go out. The doorman helped open the door, and George saw a car parked at the door. John opened the door in advance, and after George got in and sat down, he closed the door and walked to the passenger seat to sit down. Then the driver drove towards the farm under John's command. As the car slowly drove out of the town, the buildings on both sides of the road gradually became fewer and fewer. After turning an intersection, we started driving on a country road. The path was only wide enough for 2 cars to drive side by side at most. Maybe there were more people walking on this road and the cars weren't going fast, so George didn't feel much bumps. After driving for 10 minutes, the car turned onto a small road again and stopped in front of a gate. 5 minutes later. The car honked the horn, but when no one opened the door, John took the initiative to get out of the car, walked to the door, and pushed the door open. After getting in the car again, he asked the driver to blow the horn over and over again. After driving for another 2 minutes, the car stopped in front of a 2-story villa. At the entrance of the villa is a circular garden. There is a pool in the middle of the garden. The villa looks very big from the outside. The first floor is about square meters. There are 5 independent cabins on the left side of the villa, which should be the residences of workers or winemakers. There is a row of warehouses on the right, which should also function as stables, because he heard the sound of horses braying. Just when George was looking at the surrounding environment, the door of the villa was opened from the inside. An old woman came out supported by a half-year-old child. Seeing that it was John, he smiled and nodded and said, "It's you, little John." John walked a few steps quickly, met the old man, gave him a warm hug, and said with a smile, "Yes, madam, you are still in good spirits." The old woman patted John on the shoulder, looked at George, and said, "Does anyone want to buy it?" John quickly replied, "I am interested, so I brought him to have a look." At this time, George also came over, and John introduced, "Madam, this is Mr. Orwell, and Mr. Orwell, this is Mrs. Gwen." George reached out his hand first, shook hands with the old lady and said, "Hello, madam." The old lady smiled and said, "How about you too, young man?" He turned to look at John again and said, "Little John, you can take the guests around by yourself. I am an old man and I won't accompany you young people. If you need anything, just come to me. By the way, I'm from the wine cellar. The key is still in the same place, go and see for yourself." "Okay, ma'am." After the old lady turned around and walked back to the room, John sighed and said to George, "Little Gwen and I are classmates, so my wife has watched me grow up. Now that little Gwen is selling the winery, she is most reluctant to part with it. She must be madam." Then they stopped talking about this topic and the two of them took a look in the winery. John even took George down to the wine cellar to look at the wine. George discovered that the wine cellar actually contained wine. They are all barrel-aged wines. There are 3 sizes, and there are about 50 barrels in a 150-liter bucket. The middle one is a liter barrel, which has about 100 barrels, and then the largest 700-liter barrel has about 30 barrels. There should be liters of wine here, which is about bottles. These wines alone should be worth a lot of money. Then George asked, "Does the price include these wines?" "Yes, all drinks included." "Okay, let's go to another winery and have a look." "Okay, sir." George followed John to another winery. Because it was making wine, this winery had many grapevines, lined up in rows, like neat rows of soldiers, waiting for the general's inspection. The 2 wineries are backed by a hill. If Gwen Winery expands a little further, it will completely own the entire peninsula stretching towards Lake Ontario. Then George asked about the ownership of the hill and the small piece of land. Because John is a local and is very familiar with this place, he directly told him that it is a common land in the town. The town originally planned to build a castle on the hill. Due to the high cost, alcohol prohibition in the past few years, and basically no one coming here, it has always been empty. After looking around, George asked John to take him to the best hotel in the town. In the hotel lobby, George made a request, take the peninsula as the line, the 2 wineries plus the hill and the small piece of land, all added together based on $25, he would take 5 percentage points from the portion John negotiated, and the time should be quick. Don't think that 5 points is very small. For example, if the final transaction price is 24 yuan, it is 5 points of 1 yuan, which is $500 US. Looking at just one point, his current daily salary is only $5. The most popular Ford car now only costs about $1. So when he heard about George's reward system, John felt as if he had been given a shot. After talking to George, he left in the car. Thanks to the book friend ComYY for your support, you will win only if you work hard, thank you. Book friends who think it is still interesting, please save it, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Questions for Children. Chapter 13 Questions for Children. George didn't care how John went to talk, he directly booked a room in the hotel, didn't even eat dinner, and fell asleep in the room. After flying for 30 hours, even though he was flying as a clone, all the fatigue after cancelling the clone was returned to George himself at once. He slept until noon the next day before George got up, took a shower, and changed into a new set of clothes. George immediately ran to the restaurant and ordered steaks for 3 people, which was quickly handled by one person. George ate another salad before he recovered. After leisurely drinking a glass of grape juice, George stood up. After lunch, George returned to his room. Putting his consciousness on the clone in Washington, he looked through his memories and found that nothing happened. I discovered that the book Problems for Smart Children has been written. Today is also the first day the novel of Mice and Men was published. George controlled multiple shadow clones and came to the newspaper office with Ryan. Because the newspapers had been sold in the morning, the basic feedback that should be given followed. The response so far is said to be pretty good. George found the editor in charge and handed the editor 13 questions and 12 answers. The editor looked at it and didn't react at first, but then he was attracted by the 13 questions. Sometimes he let out a chuckle, and sometimes he let out a sudden oh. After reading the last question, I found that there was no answer. Then he raised his head, looked at George and said, "Mr. Orwell, your question seems to be missing an answer." "No, really." George couldn't remember the names of these people, but luckily, the guy named really had a name tag, so he glanced at it before answering him. And his boss is called the boss of the newspaper in George's memory, which is strange to say. George's memory can now be said to be extraordinary. When observing objects, people, or reading books, his memory is directly related to he has a photographic memory, but when it comes to introducing people's names, he will run away and need to think for a while before he can recall the other person's name. "Mr. Orwell? Mr. Orwell? Are you listening to me?" Jerry asked George across the desk. Oh, sorry, I was thinking about something just now." "Just call me George," George said with a grateful face. "Oh, it doesn't matter. I understand. Writers are like this. Their thoughts are too developed and they are easily distracted. What I just asked is that you have 13 questions, but only 12 answers." "Oh, you said this. Haha, I did this on purpose. Just to attract attention." "Really, I think so. Your layout today can put the first question at the end of the article. Tomorrow ask the second question and publish the first answer." "Oh, that's right, I understand. It's indeed a good idea, a genius idea. Really, you have to promise me that it must indicate that the questions are from the book Questions for Smart Children. George, you are really smart, so is Questions for Smart Kids your next book?" "Yes, but I am only going to publish these 13 questions in newspapers and periodicals." "Oh, there are only 13? How many questions have you prepared in total?" Really asked curiously. "This children's book contains 300 educational riddles and puzzles. They are designed to make children think and expand their thinking. They are designed to test logic, lateral thinking, and memory, allowing the brain to see between different things and environments. Patterns and connections between them." George answered truthfully. "I seem to hear the children accusing each other of being stupid." "Haha," Really said with a teasing smile. "Okay, I'll tell the typewriter." "Thank you, Really. I also want to know, does your newspaper have a publishing house that you are familiar with? I would like to trouble you to introduce one to me." "Of course, no problem. I'll have someone go to the hotel to inform you after I've contacted you. Well, thank you very much. Haha, no, because your questions are really interesting. I believe your book will be popular. The two of them came out of the newspaper office and went to the zoo. The purpose of George's trip was to see the birds, and yes, he disliked the owl's slow speed. He even suspected that the wings of the bone armor could only glide because the wings of the Sagittarius saint cloth in his memory were different from those of the owl. So he and Ryan came to the zoo, where the animals can be petted by the keepers, of course, provided you pay. Then George spent a little more time with the two animals he had his eye on. One is the peregrine falcon, one of the fastest birds in the world, with a speed of 387 miles per hour. There is also a three-pointed tail swift, which can reach a speed of 353 kilometers per hour. In addition to being fast, it is also small. If you observe others through him, it is not easy to be discovered. Then he went to the aquarium. George planned to experiment to see if he could turn into a fish. There were so many sunken ships in the sea, and it would be a waste not to salvage a few. Unfortunately, the animals in the aquarium were later touched by dolphins and whales, and he used a knife to clear the way. From beginning to end, I was almost considered a pervert. Fortunately, the fish's body structure was finally stored in the memory bank. When he returned to the hotel, he remembered that these two seemed to be ocean fish. But they had already returned to the hotel, and he was not ready to go out. He already had the structure of the river eel in his mind. This was an understanding of the ingredients given by the chef's skills. I just don't know if the structures of the fish in the two worlds are the same. I might try it in the Great Lakes of Ontario later. The two of them went back to Ryan's room to have dinner because they could drink. This time, George didn't get the wine directly from the bedroom. Reaching for drinks too many times can cause problems. This time George was done with it. He first put a bottle of wine in the bedroom, and then controlled a clone to turn into an owl, letting the owl fly out of the bedroom and go around to the window of Ryan's room. George opened the window under Ryan's surprised gaze. After getting the bourbon, he controlled the clone to fly back to the room to contact Peregrine Falcon and Swift. But when George looked at Ryan, he just wanted to laugh. Then he told him that this was used to directly transmit information between him and his master. Ryan basically no longer asks George questions. He listens to what George wants to say and doesn't ask anything he doesn't want to say. In his words, the child is too old to understand. It's okay for the disciples to be surprised by your master's ability. On the ontology side, I found a restaurant outside in the evening and experienced the local characteristics. It tastes really good, of course, but it's still different from mine. After dinner, we wandered around the town. This town is very quiet and peaceful. It gives people a feeling of paradise. George followed a road that turned into a small town and came to the shore of Lake Ontario. From his angle, he could directly see the place he visited yesterday. The hill is bulging, as if something is raising its head. I didn't look too much at that. If there was a chance, it would be my own. I had plenty of time to look at it slowly. If there is no fate, it belongs to someone else, and seeing it will only increase your troubles. Seeing that there was no one around, George quickly took out a clone. Then let the clone cast the transformation spell. I saw the clone changing its shape bit by bit like plasticine according to the structure of the river eel in my mind. George calculated that at least 1 minute had passed before the clone completed its transformation. Then I saw George pick up the clone and throw it directly into the lake. George directly put his main consciousness on this clone. I found that he could move around in the water. The only problem was his poor eyesight. Because it was night, I couldn't see clearly. Where the water is deeper, it is completely invisible. Then George tried again, sinking deeper. He found that it might be because the changes were completely in accordance with the structure of the fish, so there was no feeling at all in deep water. Because the water was too dark, George directly controlled the clone and used the corpse veins to cause intracranial bleeding to release the clone. Then George remembered the 10 clones he had thrown on the road again, and controlled them to kill each other himself. The experience of 2 or 3 days was transmitted all at once, and George didn't feel too uncomfortable. After receiving it, George found that he could glide further. If there is progress, it is a good thing. George divided into 10 clones again. This time, George only asked the clones to train and condense a feather, the feathers on the wings of a peregrine falcon. Don't be concerned with speed, just require subtle control. The more subtle the better. Let them find a place where no one is around to practice, and George arranged for his clone in Washington to start patenting the headrest on the car seat. George planned to apply for patents on all headrest styles that future generations have seen or heard about, including electric ones. Don't think that cars in this era have no electricity. In fact, cars of this era are already equipped with batteries. This kind of battery is a nickel-cadmium, nickel-iron battery, and earlier it was a lead-acid battery. All can be used for lighting. However, since batteries are not widely used in this era, no one is willing to make great efforts to continue research even if they have major flaws. Profit is a big driver of invention. Because George drove an electric car in his last life, he also deliberately studied the detailed information of these two batteries. Because lead-acid batteries were invented in the 1898th century and have long passed the patent protection period, so there is nothing about it yet. However, the information on the invention of nickel-cadmium batteries in the previous generation said it was 1902, and some said it was. So George wanted to see if he could buy the patent and improve the two batteries. From then on, this thing was just a hen that laid eggs, bringing him a steady stream of income. These two types of batteries were still widely used until George traveled through time. Quite here, George immediately arranged for his clone in Washington and wrote a list. Lists the materials needed to complete a lead-acid battery. George planned to rectify the lead-acid battery first when he returned to Washington this time. Then apply for a separate patent for the method of perfecting the battery. With these two patents in hand, early funding should not be a problem. George didn't have to wait too long. On the morning of the third day after visiting the winery, John found George. Tell him that the matter has almost been negotiated. The price of all the land together is $21, and an additional $1 needs to be donated to the town government. In the end, George calculated that including taxes and other miscellaneous things, including the commission to John of $1,500, he needed to spend a total of $23. Only in this way can the two wineries be fully operational again. After thinking about this, George did not hesitate. These costs were completely within his acceptable range. Just said directly, "John, I will prepare $1,500 and put it in an envelope. It depends on how long it takes you to get it." When John heard that George would take out $1,500 as his bonus, he immediately said, "Sir, if you can, I can arrange for both parties to sign a contract. The lawyer and other banks will contact you for you. All you need to do is sign." "Of course, John, both on the check and on the transfer agreement. I'd love to sign." "So, what are you waiting for?" After hearing this, John immediately replied, "Yes, sir. I will make arrangements now." After saying that, he bowed slightly and left in a hurry. Thank you, book friend wandering in the fog, for your recommendation vote. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Barracks. Chapter 14 Barracks. Before lunch, John came to the hotel early and wanted to invite George to have lunch. George agreed, but it was George who settled the bill. After finishing lunch, the two took the car sent by the bank and arrived at the bank in advance. Because before the other three companies sign an agreement, George still needs to sign an entrustment contract with the bank, so that the bank can arrange a lawyer for George and help him handle subsequent transfers and other work. Of course, there is a fee for this, and it was also part of George's previous plan. If he could exchange some dollars for time, George thought it would be a very good deal. If George were asked to find a lawyer, find a winery, etc., he would probably be bored to death. In this way, the contract was signed by representatives of the four parties under the witness of lawyers from several parties. George also issued a check on the spot to pay off all the money except John's commission. As for how the bank divided the check among them, it was not George's concern. On the other side, after everyone left the conference room, John came over with George's attorney and said to George, "Mr. Orwell, we will handle all transfer procedures within 3 days. But before that, you need a good name for your new winery. George laughed and said, then let's call it PL Winery. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he took out 2 envelopes from the inside pocket of his suit. The thicker portion was handed to John, and the thinner portion was handed to the young lawyer. Americans are not modest and opened the envelope directly in front of George. John's share was the $1,500 promised to him before, and the lawyer's share was just prepared. A $100 was considered an additional reward, although his salary had already been paid in the previous amount. Both of them were very satisfied when they saw the amount. He bowed slightly to George and said, "Thank you, Mr. Orwell. Okay, John, we're not done yet. In this case, you go and help me make arrangements. I want to meet with all the winemakers and workers of the 2 production sites tomorrow afternoon." Then after signaling the lawyer to leave, George asked John to count the wine stocks of all the wineries in the town. How much would it cost if it were to be purchased uniformly? John immediately understood George's intention and knew that working for this person would be really beneficial. In just 4 days, he received a bonus of $1,500, which was equivalent to 300 days' salary. Therefore, John was particularly attentive to what George told him. I won't mention the main body for now. The clone in Washington received the request from the main body in the morning and rented an empty warehouse in the Corleone family's property. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he saw Pombo and Lane on the sofa in the lobby, drinking coffee and chatting. George knew that they must be really waiting for him, so he walked directly towards them. "Hi, Uncle Ison, why are you free today?" "Oh, George, I have a day off today and am going to take you to a fun place." "Hey, Uncle Ison, I'm only 16 years old and I'm still growing. You'd better go to those fun places with Uncle Ryan." "Haha, but if you want to go now, isn't it too early?" After that, just laughing on the side. Pangbo blushed at what he said, and knew that this kid must have overheard what he and Ryan were talking about while drinking coffee. They were so far away, and this kid had really good hearing. You know, George's body has been slowly improving. This kind of improvement has no shortcomings, and the surrounding environment is not noisy. Within a radius of 20 meters, he can hear clearly as long as he wants to. Ryan came to Pangbo's rescue with a smile. "Pangbo is going to take us to the training ground of the self-defense forces." "Yes, let's go. This is where a man should be." 10 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at a military camp in the car brought by Pangbo at the door. After Pangbo registered with his identity information, the car passed smoothly. The 3 of them got a new Jeep-style car in the parking lot and began touring the entire training ground. Military camps in this era were relatively simple. In addition to training driving skills, there are also various shooting trainings, as well as various physical trainings, which look very lively. George was still a little curious when he saw several tanks running on the training ground. These tanks have a bit of a punk look, but the styles are pretty interesting anyway. During this period, Pangbo also arranged for George to experience it in the tank. The space was too small, and it felt like a stuffy can. George came out of it after experiencing it. Then Pangbo took George to the shooting training range, where a group of soldiers happened to be training. The leader is a 180-year-old white man about 40 centimeters tall, with a strong build and a typical American big nose. When the leader saw Pangbo, he gave the job to the adjutant and waved to Pangbo from a distance. After walking here, he saw Ryan and said with a smile, "Hi, Ryan, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see, Chester Phillips." It seems that they must know each other. This time there was no introduction from Pombo, so Ryan turned to George and introduced him. "George, this is Chester Phillips, who used to be your father's comrade, but he was in charge of another regiment." On the other side, Pombo also introduced George's identity to Chester Phillips. And introduced to Lendo next to him. "He is now a major." George reached forward, shook Chester Phillips's hand and said, "Hello, Major Phillips." "Hello, George Orwell, welcome to visit." George's heart began to tremble when he saw Chester Phillips up close and heard his name was Chester Phillips. Because he also knew a man named Chester Phillips, and the two of them were at least similar in appearance. Before George could think clearly, the three of them walked towards the firearms training ground for new recruits on the other side. George put his doubts aside for the time being and followed them that way. There is a row of tables in the training ground here, each table is separated by a partition board. There are bullet boxes on the table, and there is a soldier standing in front of the table. The rifles they were carrying were also recognized by George. Because this gun was very famous in its previous life. The Chinese name is M1903 Springfield Sniper Rifle. Springfield sounds like a Japanese name. In fact, this gun is produced by the Springfield Arsenal in the United States. Springfield is translated into Chinese as Springfield, referred to as Springfield, and has nothing to do with Japan. Regardless, this is probably the most misunderstood gun by Chinese military fans. It is definitely an original American product. The Springfield M1903 7.62mm rifle was approved as the standard equipment of the U.S. military on June 1903, 6, and 19 years after its equipment, it is still serving in a small amount in the U.S. military. This old gun that has gone through hundreds of years has been bathed in the baptism of the First and Second World Wars, and has experienced countless flames of war. It is the favorite of American soldiers. It was also used by the early U.S. Marine Corps. Seeing the soldiers in front lining up to practice, the banging noises and the smell of gunpowder made George want to take a few shots. The three middle-aged men next to him could understand George's thoughts when they saw his expression. There are all men who don't love this thing. Several people looked at each other and smiled. At this time, Phillips walked up to George and said, "How about it, do you want to try it?" George did not refuse. "Okay, but I have never shot a rifle, so I still need to ask you for advice." "Haha, I'm happy to." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the target position on the far side. The three Georges also came over. Arriving at his position, the major picked up the rifle placed on the table. Then he introduced the rifle to George. The Springfield M1903 7.62mm manual rifle is a manual bolt-action, single shot, and the caliber is 7.62*51 mm. The ammunition is 0.3006, 7.62 x 63 mm, M1906 rifle cartridge, magazine capacity, 5 rounds, built-in magazine, total length, 1097 mm. Weight, 3.94 kilograms, muzzle velocity, 823 to 853 m/s. Generally, new recruits need to start practicing by holding the rifle to become familiar with and adapt to the weight of the rifle. Then practice postures, and finally target practice. After saying that, he picked up the rifle in a standard stance, aimed at the target in front of him, pulled the trigger, and there was a bang. With George's eyesight, he could clearly see that it hit the bullseye. Then the major handed the gun to George and corrected George's posture step by step. When there was no problem, George fired the first shot. Sure enough, it missed the target. This is normal. This is the first time in George's life that he has played with a real gun. He cannot hide his excitement. No matter how good his physical fitness is, he still has to go through a process of adaptation. Then, as several grown men laughed, George pulled the bolt of the gun, pulled the trigger and fired the second shot. This time, the bullet missed the target and flew out. Then the third shot, the fourth shot, the fifth shot, another magazine was changed and 5 more shots were fired. Then Major and Pangbo couldn't laugh anymore, because not only had they hit the target, but the last 2 shots had also hit the 7th ring. The pace of progress is indeed too fast. Ryan is used to George's surprises. Moreover, he also practiced ninjutsu himself. Although it was only a few months ago, he dared to shout he will fight 20, so Ryan was not very surprised. The major said, "George, have you really never touched a gun before? It's incredible." Pangbo also nodded and said yes. Of course, this is my first time shooting a gun in my life. George laughed and replied. In fact, he had already let go just now. The last 2 shots can definitely hit the red heart, but that's a bit too exaggerated. It's better to be more low-key. Of course, he was talking about shooting a gun for the first time, and it was definitely not the first time he touched a gun. All the guns his father collected were kept in his space. You boy, it would be a pity not to be a soldier. You are born to be a shooter. Here, let's try the pistol again. After saying that, he took out the pistol from his waist and handed it to George, and told him the essentials of shooting the pistol. George took the gun, bang bang bang, shot after shot, controlling his score to be around the 7th ring. Anyway, wherever he was, the target was the target, and others didn't know where he was specifically aiming. After the bullets in the pistol were fired, George did not change the magazine. After returning the gun to the major, he stopped preparing for target shooting. There is no fun in large numbers. A few people saw that he had had enough fun and didn't say anything. Then he continued to wander around. When George met someone he was interested in, he asked the 2 big guys next to him to arrange a try. In the entire military camp, he was actually most interested in flying airplanes. From the reconnaissance role of airplanes in the early days of World War I, everyone was polite to them, but in the later stages they played a role in destroying dogs' heads. Throw bricks, human missiles, and finally aerial combat. From the initial aircraft made of wood and canvas to the later iron aircraft. From the aircraft application in a war, just a few years, it seems that the fast-forward button has been played. The same was true at that time with the rapid changes in technology. George recovered his divergent thoughts, watched how the pilot maintained the plane, and then asked the pilot for advice on how to fly the plane. At this time, airplane pilots did not have those hundreds of keys. So he was quite easy to learn, and after half an hour George had completely figured it out. It's just theory without practice. George's view has always been that he has too many skills to overwhelm himself, so he usually doesn't miss the opportunity to learn. One afternoon, George and the others walked around the military camp. We found a place to have dinner again in the evening. During the dinner, George would only echo a few words when talking about him. The rest of the time, he was eating quietly. Because the main body needs to come back soon. Thank you book friend, forever love you for your recommendation vote. Thank you to all friends who have paid attention and collected it, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Winery resumes work. Chapter 15 Winery resumes work. The consciousness returned to the main body, lying on the bed, thinking about everything about Major Chester Phillips. He didn't know what the situation was like with the Phillips he met, but the world in which Colonel Phillips lived in his memory was an extremely risky one. George didn't want to scare himself before things were clear. After the matter here is over, he will ask for confirmation. Everything has 2 sides, you can't scare yourself. Then I recalled the technical points of those 2 batteries in my mind. The next day he woke up in the dazzling sunshine. After getting up and washing up, George didn't go anywhere after breakfast. Instead, he focused his consciousness on Washington's clone. Seeing that his clone was working all night preparing the materials for patent application, George withdrew his consciousness. Then he spent the whole morning in front of the window of the hotel room, unconsciously playing with the pen long handle with his left hand, and controlling a white bone feather with his right hand. It took shape bit by bit and faded bit by bit. George devoted himself to controlling the bone mass. In George's mind, the bones kept enlarging before his eyes, like a spider weaving a web. Bit by bit upward, the most intuitive metaphor is like the 3D printer he saw in the last life. The bones are built bit by bit. After the entire feather is completed, George raises his hand to let the feather fall from a high place. He kept practicing until there was a knock on the door and George came back to his senses. George opened the door and saw John standing outside the door with a folder and a tired look on his face. He opened the door and let John in. He checked his watch and found that it was already past 1 o'clock. After knowing that John hadn't eaten lunch either, he asked the waiter at the end of the corridor to deliver 2 lunches. The 2 people returned to the sofa and finished their work. John handed over the information in his hand, Mr. Orwell, yesterday I started an investigation of 9 wineries in the town. There are still a few nearby, but not yet investigated. I can give you the data later. Others. After 10 minutes, John finished his report, and then lunch was delivered, and the two of them had a simple meal. I boarded the car that was already waiting at the door and drove to the PL winery, which had not yet been registered. On the way, George kept thinking about the data given by John just now. In addition to its own winery, the town also has 9 wineries, some large and some small. There are 30 liters of mid to low-end wines available for sale at a price parity of $1.50 per liter. High-quality wine can cost $61 per liter, and there are liters of wine. In other words, if he wanted to buy all the wine, he would need $. This is only in the small town. There should be 4 or 5 others around the town. Even if the wine is less, there is always wine worth $25. Of course, the price can still be negotiated. But how much would you earn if you resell it and return to the United States? I can earn 200 times in 2 years, and I can easily earn 10 times now. After thinking about it, George directly told John to let him act as an agent to negotiate prices with people from other wineries. Starting with these 9 companies, based on 61, John will have a 3-point reward for the part negotiated. After the data of the following companies are compiled, they will also find this standard. But a contract must be signed, and all wine within the next 10 years must be sold to George. And if these wineries need to be sold, he has priority if the prices are equal. Because, in the future, he wants to become the largest winery on the peninsula and even a famous winery in the world. I drew a pie for John again and let him think about it secretly. In less than 2 minutes, we arrived at the peninsula of the Niagara Peninsula, now at the door of his winery. At this time, the door had been opened, and the car slowly entered the winery, still stopping at the same location as last time. The difference is that this time there are more than 30 people waiting in the yard. These people are all winemakers and long-term workers in the 2 wineries. When they are not busy, these people can support the 2 wineries. When they are busy, they need to hire people to help them part-time. They heard that the winery had a new owner and wanted to know how they would be arranged. After George got out of the car, he looked at the employees surrounding him who wanted to talk but were a little scared. For a moment, I was a little confused by their anxious, hesitant, and expectant eyes. John on the other side then spoke up and introduced, "Everyone, this is the new owner of the winery, Mr. George Orwell." George adapted at this time. He waved to everyone and said, "Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you. It's still too cold outside. Let's talk inside." Then everyone separated and let George walk through the crowd. When George walked into the lobby of this 2-story villa, he found that the room had been cleaned very clean. Some things that bear the imprint of personal life, such as photos, have been taken away, but other furniture, daily necessities, etc. are still there. George asked suspiciously, "John, why haven't you seen Mrs. Gwen?" John replied, "After the contract was signed yesterday afternoon, little Gwen picked up Mrs. Gwen." George nodded and said, "It's a pity that I left in a hurry that day. I was also going to invite Mrs. Gwen to tell me the story of the winery." "John, you can help me tell Mrs. Gwen that she is welcome to come back at any time. Check out the winery, and I won't change this villa." George said this because of his own personal experience. Because, not long ago, he sold the farm where he had lived for more than 10 years. Although, it was for the future, so he had no choice but to do so. However, he also hoped that one day he would return to the farm and see the 2-story building exactly as he remembered it. Because there are preserved every bit of his relationship with his parents in this life. After listening, John said, "Thank you, Mr. Orwell. I will convey your invitation." I believe that Mrs. Gwen was very happy after hearing it. At this time, everyone walked in one after another, and finally the ones in front were 2 old gentlemen who could tell that they were different from the others in their clothes. George asked everyone to sit down first. Fortunately, the living room and dining room are connected, and the dining table here is a big long table, so there is no need to worry about not being able to sit down. However, after George sat down, he found that everyone else was still standing. George asked John to raise the fireplace, and then said directly, "These old gentlemen will sit down first, and everyone else can sit down." At this time, several slightly older people sat down on the sofa. At this time, George continued, "I know what everyone is worried about. I don't like to waste time when doing things, so if I have something to say, I will say it directly. First, the two wineries will be merged into one winery, named PL Winery. Secondly, I will not lay off any of you for the time being. Thirdly, everyone's salary will be increased by 20.00%, the winemaker will be increased by 30.00%, and the master chef will be increased by %. For a moment, there was silence in the room, and then with a bang, a roar came from the mouths of the young people around, and everyone happily high-fived the people around them. After George saw that it was almost done, he said again, "Okay, let's pause for a moment. Now let's introduce ourselves, so I can get to know you better." Then the older man who was at the front pointed at the people one by one and introduced their names and the work they were responsible for. Finally, he introduced himself and said that his name was Allison, who was the former chief winemaker of Gwen Winery and the apprentice of old Gwen's father. George then appointed him directly as the winery's chief winemaker. Everyone listens to his arrangements, and the other one gets the same treatment, but he doesn't have to manage the entire winery. It also explained that he would arrange for another person to be in charge of the winery after a while. However, as long as it is related to brewing, their opinions dominate. Then he asked him to arrange for people to fence the peninsula directly. He could find more people to come over, and then asked him to arrange to resume production as soon as possible. Those who needed to change tools reported the list directly, and then asked them to go back first. John gave all the keys to George. George only took the key to the villa and the spare key to the wine cellar. He didn't take anything else. He gave it to Allison and asked him to make arrangements. George asked John to drive him to the town to buy a few sets of bedding and toiletries, and then checked out of the hotel. Why stay in a hotel when you have a villa? After everyone left and George was left alone, he began to visit the house carefully. Standard American architectural style, as well as decoration. Judging from the furniture and stair railings in the villa, the materials used are exquisite, and they are all made of oak. The kitchen is an open kitchen with kitchen utensils and tableware, and there are even many ingredients in the refrigerator. There are 10 large bedrooms and 11 bathrooms in total. There is a large study room upstairs. The bookshelves inside are also made of fine walnut wood and are filled with books. Seeing the inside of the villa and the collection of books, George wondered why little Gwen was so short of money, or else why such a good winery had to be sold, leaving him with nothing. Not to mention the things in the wine cellar. Even the furniture in this room and the collection of books cannot be bought with this amount of money in the future. Haha, it feels so good to pick things up. I went back to the kitchen, looked at the ingredients and condiments, and made myself a big meal. I had a delicious meal. It was the first time in my life to live in such a big house. I took a bath in the bathroom and put on the pajamas I took out from the space. He recalled the shadow clone that had gone out to practice corpse veins, and the memories suddenly came in. George felt that he was more familiar with the changes in the shape of the wings. But George didn't try it in the room, it was completely unnecessary. Split out 10 clones again and ask them to go to the study room to find all the content related to Africa in this world. I saw a globe on the desk in the study before. Unfortunately, the globe looked very delicate, but it had very little markings on the content, and there were large swaths of blank space. Then the main body changed a set of clothes, went to the wine cellar, and put a total of liters of low-end wine on both sides of the whiskey and wine into the space. When someone asked, he said he pretended to leave at night, since he was the only one in the winery now. The next morning, seeing that my clone in the study didn't find what he was looking for, George didn't lose heart. Because the way to verify information is very simple. After dispersing these 10 clones, George walked out of the villa and saw that Allison was already directing the workers to go about their business. George saw that he couldn't help, so he went back and left a shadow clone. According to the way he came, he returned to Washington in less than 8 hours. After returning to Washington, the main body did not return to the hotel immediately. Instead, he went to the warehouse he rented last time. He put liters of whiskey and liters of wine each in the warehouse before flying back to the hotel. After changing with the shadow clone, he wrote another piece of paper to treat Pangbo to meet with the Corleone family, and asked the shadow clone to transform into a peregrine falcon and send it to Pangbo's family. Then I sorted out the patent information on car headrests that I had made in the past 2 days in the hotel. At the same time, 2 clones were separated to buy the experimental materials for the battery that were listed before. The clone came back before dinner. George put the things in the space and was about to go to Ryan's room. He just stood up from the sofa and looked at the door of the room. Thanks to the book friend Chen Ai Jiying and this Taoist friend, please stay and recommend the ticket, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Wine Tasting. Chapter 16 Wine Tasting. George, who was just about to go to Ryan's room and go out to eat together, then looked towards the door of the room. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. George opened the door and saw Maury standing at the door. George, I heard you wanted to see me. Oh, let's go and see some good things together later. George said with a smile. Seeing that Pangbo didn't come, George didn't ask any more questions. He probably didn't want to involve too much. After getting into Maury's car, George said, Maury, go to your chassis, I put something over there. Then he reported an address. Neither of them spoke in the car. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the warehouse that George had temporarily rented. George got out of the car and took out the key to open the warehouse. Maury was very surprised when he saw the wine barrels stacked there like a hill. What surprised Maury the most was that someone had put so much wine on his property, but he didn't receive any news at all. The problems exposed frightened him. What would happen if a gunman was transported in? What he wanted to know most now was how George did this silently. Maury walked around in front of the 2 piles of hills, turned to George and asked, how much wine is there in total here? George lifted up 2 45-liter wine barrels and said, there are 2 kinds of wine here, each containing 5,000 liters. One is Canadian whiskey and the other is Canadian wine. It's just right. You can taste it later. Maury said with a more serious expression, George, tell me who helped you transport these wines. This is very important. Looking at his serious expression, George understood what he meant and said to him directly, Maury, I understand what you are worried about. Don't worry, my teacher arranged the people, and each of them has some special abilities. But they don't have any idea about your business, they just came to help me because I asked my teacher. And if they have any ideas, you can't stop them at all. After saying that, George, who was standing 5 meters away from Maury just now, appeared directly next to him and put his arm around his shoulders. This action startled Maury. He stared at the place where George was standing just now, and then pointed at the place where he was standing now. Oh my God! George was deliberately showing off his strength to a lawless family, even one with a relatively good reputation. George will not believe the kindness of the other party. Since it is cooperation, we must have equal strength, otherwise we will be eaten by the other party sooner or later. Appropriate exposure of things can help everyone do business more calmly. It's a small trick, don't be too surprised. After saying that, he picked up 2 buckets, turned around and walked outside. Let's go, let's talk again later. George put the barrel of wine into the car, threw the key to Maury, and said, the wine is all there. Ask someone to check it out. After saying that, he took the lead and got into the car. Maury handed the keys to another of his men, said a few words to him, and then got into the car as well. 10 minutes later, the car drove into an underground parking lot. After entering through a secret door at the corner of the corridor, they came to an underground restaurant. From the slightly noisy environment, you can tell that this underground restaurant is of a lower quality than the one we went to last time. Mori led him through the guests in the lobby and into a separate private room. After entering, the noise outside suddenly weakened too much. After they sat down respectively, Mori said, "This is our own restaurant, and the business is very easy now." After saying that, he asked the waiter who had just followed them into the box to take out the 2 barrels of wine, and then he ordered some more food. Within 2 minutes, the waiter brought over 2 bottles of wine. It was the Canadian whiskey and Canadian grapes that George had brought. After waiting for Mori's instruction, he poured a glass of wine for both of them and then withdrew. The 2 first picked up grapes, Canadian wine, which is a sweet wine. Special geographical location, located around 41 degrees north latitude. George picked up the wine glass, put it under his nose and smelled it, then shook it slowly, and a fragrance gradually came out. George took a sip and felt the unique aroma of black currant and black olive, followed closely by the aroma of red berries, dark chocolate and black olive. In the mouth, this wine feels very lively and full of flavor, with a round and full taste, firm and complete tannins, and a long-lasting aftertaste, which is perfectly integrated with the characteristics of oak. The fruit is rich and complex, with a tart luscious finish that is refined and lingering. Rich and delicate. Perhaps because the quality of the wine was a bit lower, compared with the vintage wine that George drank at his own winery, the various fruity aromas were slightly weaker, and the various flavors were not rich and delicate enough. Therefore, George just took a sip and put down the glass. George thought it was inferior because he had tasted better wines. Therefore, if he said it, it would probably be regarded as another way of showing off. Seeing the expression of enjoyment on Mori's face, George didn't tell them that this was just the lower grade one. After drinking the glass of wine, they rinsed their mouths with water and then picked up the whiskey again. Compared with other whiskies, Canadian whiskey is light whiskey. Put it in front of your nose and smell the aroma of grains. The whiskey in the glass has light impurities. In fact, the whiskey currently in barrels does not complete the entire production process. These barreled wines have only been mixed but not bottled. Before bottling, the blended whiskey must be filtered again to remove impurities, and then the whiskey must be fixed by an automated bottling machine. The capacity is divided into each wine bottle. Because the previous Gwen winery had not continued production for a long time, the packaging equipment had been damaged. George was pressed for time, so he shipped it in advance and asked Mori and others to filter and package it themselves. George and Mori's dinner was relatively silent. It wasn't until after dinner that one of Mori's previously arranged subordinates came in. Mori asked directly, "Have you seen them all?" "Yes, there are 5,000 liters of whiskey and liters of wine each. The whiskey and wine are of good quality. And all the wines are of the same quality and are produced by regular wineries." Mori nodded and waved his men to retreat. Then he said, "I will give you this batch of wine at a price of $20 per liter. Is it okay?" George took a slow sip of whiskey. He knew that the quality of his batch of wine was at the level of the current downstairs restaurant, and it was definitely among the best. They can sell a liter of wine for $40, and that's just the current price. George knew that the price of wine would be at least 200 times higher than before. Therefore, George did not show joy. Instead, he raised his head and asked, "What happens next?" "From now on, we have a price of $10 per liter. I want as much as you have." Haha. George shook his head and said with a smile, "I have no objection to this batch of wine, and it doesn't matter. But not in the future. And you can't eat it." When Mori was about to say something, George waved his hand and continued, "This batch of wine has not been filtered and bottled yet. After filtration, the taste of the wine will be greatly improved. And this kind of whiskey is of guaranteed quality. It will be very rare in the future. If it is sold like the wine of those small workshops, it will be a hidden treasure. So, this batch of wine will be given to you at the price you gave me, and then you put it on the market to try. And I can provide 5 liters of wine of this quality every month. You still think you can eat it? Do you want to do it? My plan is to divide it. As for the proportion, it can be discussed." Mori thought more about it. After thinking about it seriously, he said, Can you guarantee that you can provide 5 liters every month? Don't worry, this is just this year's volume, there will be more next year. Okay, I may ask you to wait a moment, and I'll give you an answer later. How can I give you the money for this batch of wine? Mori seemed to have made a decision. Of course, I'm waiting for your news. By the way, it can be delivered to any city in the United States. This is a tribute to Mr. Corleone. For this amount, if possible, let's go play 2 games in the evening. You see how about it? During alcohol smuggling during Prohibition, the seller was only responsible for preparing the wine and placing it in a city on the border, and the buyer would do it himself. If the selling price was higher, the wine to be smuggled would just be transported directly to a certain place in the United States. Of course, the price will be much higher. And George directly promised to send it to every place where it was needed, saying that it was a tribute to Mr. Corleone, which can be said to be real benefits. The meaning of playing 2 games at night was to find a regular casino, and then Mori would send people in batches to deliberately lose to George, so that the money would be laundered. Unfortunately, nothing like the plot in the novel happened in the casino. He simply went to the casino and pretended to be rich, and directly took 21 chips on a blackjack table to be the banker. Mori arranged for people to fill up the positions. After a few rounds, he lost all $15 in chips to George. This first transaction was considered completed. George returned to the hotel very late at night. After washing up, he went to bed. Before going to bed, he followed the same rules as before, still practicing 10 avatars and only practicing corpse pulse. The next day, George didn't wake up until noon. Get up and take back your clone, wash up and have lunch with Ryan first. The Library of Congress in Washington, one of the world's largest libraries, is located directly east of the Capitol in Washington and consists of the Jefferson Building, Adams Building, and Madison Memorial Building. It has a collection of 2,000 million books as well as various charts, manuscripts, maps, periodicals, records, films, etc., totaling 8,000 million items. George stood in front of the door of this library that was more than 200 years old and lingered for several minutes before sighing and walking inside. Thanks to book friend 20200403180306792 for the recommendation vote, and book friend Hate Urban Elf for his pointers, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Marvel. Chapter 17 Marvel. Library of Congress, Washington, USA. Only half an hour later, he returned to the gate again. Because he has found the answer he wanted. Ever since he knew that this world had a transcendent side, he had always wanted to understand the truth of this world in depth. Until he met Major Chester Phillips. Although the level was a bit lower, it was different from what he remembered. The time was now more than 10 years earlier than in his memory, so it was normal for the level to be a bit lower. Hearing the exact same name and similar face, George became suspicious. In fact, George could have had his clone come over to verify the information before. However, George came in person. When he saw the African country Wakanda marked on the map in the geographical area of the world, George was sure that he had come to Marvel. This also explains that what he met was Colonel Phillips, who trained Captain America more than 20 years later, and also explained that what his father and Ryan saw were the NA6 of Atlantis under the sea. As for the understanding of the Marvel world, George has only watched a few movies and popular science from some water friends on the internet. But from this information, what George felt was chaos, and the force value was very high. The Marvel world is divided into the Unitary Universe world and the Multiverse world. There are also many omnipotent universes and so on. When George came to this world, he found that no one around him knew about the situation on the extraordinary side. It can be seen that this Marvel world should not be a particularly complicated world. At least George hadn't heard of mutants here. If there were mutants in this world, it would be impossible for newspapers to report on them due to the uncertainty of their mutations and the chaos they could cause at any time. Therefore, if you don't seek death, you can still survive for a long time. Because in the early days of the Marvel Universe, that is, during World War II, Captain America was a bit more powerful, and George was completely able to handle it. George was not too worried about the miraculous supreme mage from his previous life. Anyone who has watched Marvel movies will know that this is a big boss who has protected the Earth for hundreds of years, and later only wanted to retire. I remember that in the movie, she knew all of Dormammu's plans, her disciples' betrayal, and even knew that many years later, Thanos, the director of the family planning office, would snap his fingers, but she still let a dagger kill her lightly. I found a reason to retire. Therefore, George felt that as long as he did not disturb her retirement plan, she would probably be too lazy to take care of him. In the Marvel world, the first thing that makes George dare not bet is the snap of Thanos' fingers. George feels that if he really wants to live until then, he probably won't be afraid of Thanos anymore. The second thing is whether there is a time management bureau. After all, the Time Management Bureau's method of manipulating time is still very sharp. The third thing is whether the Eternals exist. The key is that this race guards the unborn group of gods. George feels that the worst plan is to leave the Earth. George felt that since he had been reborn and entered such a wonderful world, with the existence of Golden Finger, he must live a different and wonderful life in this life. After thinking about everything clearly, George felt like he felt a lot more relaxed all of a sudden. Looking at the library behind him, George thought for a while. Tens of thousands of high-rise buildings were rising from the ground. The power of knowledge is huge at any time. George then walked down the stairs, ordered a cup of coffee from the corner coffee shop, and borrowed the bathroom. In the bathroom, George separated into 5 shadow clones and asked them to come out one after another, let the clones change their appearance, and went to the library to start reading and studying. But this time we no longer look blindly, but start looking at biology. Because George plans to major in biomedicine in the future. In the Marvel world, many heroes have very high academic qualifications, and many good things cannot be achieved without a brain full of knowledge. Just like Iron Man Stark, a playboy in everyone's eyes, he was able to achieve such high achievements in the end only because of his smart brain and rich knowledge. A casually modified biological formula created the extremis virus. After buying a compass at the corner store, George returned to the hotel, took out the materials and tools he had prepared for making batteries, and started making models in the hotel. It wasn't until the evening when Ryan knocked on the door that George put down his work. Ryan entered the room and saw the things all over the floor without asking any questions. Instead, he urged George and asked him to clean them up. It was almost time. George went back to the bedroom and changed into decent clothes, leaving 3 more clones to continue taking over the afternoon's work. After picking up a gift bag that had been prepared before, he went out with Ryan. After taking the car provided by the hotel and arriving at the destination, Ryan stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. The person who opened the door was an Italian man in his 30s wearing a suit. When he saw the 2 Georges and was about to ask who it was, he saw Pangbo walking out of the house. Pangbo directly invited the 2 people into the house. After introduction, it turned out that the man in the suit was named Paul Walker, and he was the brother of Pangbo's wife. I used to be the deputy general manager of a mining company. I had a promising future, but because I offended the general manager, I was tricked into losing my job. Because my family is here, I am ready to develop here and find a new job. When George heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. There are many things that he needs to be busy with now, including novels, patents, and wineries. He also has to go to college. In the past few days, George has been unable to cope with some professional issues. He will go to college later, and with the layout of the car, he will definitely be too busy in the future. It is impossible for him to drive clones all over the world. Don't look back and be dragged into research by Hydra before Thanos snaps his fingers. So in the past 2 days, George was also thinking about how to liberate himself. Seeing Paul, George's eyes lit up. Isn't this a ready candidate? After figuring it out, George chatted directly with Paul. He found that Paul was really something, a man with real talents and learning. George timely threw out some management concepts he heard from later generations, which also made Paul's eyes light up. After dinner, the four of them sat in the living room. George continued to chat with Paul. Paul, what kind of job are you looking for in Washington? Paul turned the wine glass in his hand and said with a wry smile, it was designed before, so it was impossible to find a job in the mining industry. Fortunately, with previous work experience and lowering some requirements, I can always find a job. Can you tell me your previous salary standard? There's nothing inconvenient about it. That's all in the past. In the past, all kinds of subsidies and other subsidies added up to a weekly salary of $50. These days, a worker on a car production line only earns about $2.30 a day, so Paul said his previous weekly salary of $50 was already a high wage. George nodded, thought for a moment, and said, I have a job here with a weekly salary of $60. I wonder if you are interested. When Paul heard about the job introduction and such a high salary, he immediately said with interest, of course, I don't know what kind of job it is. After speaking, he looked at Pangbo, meaning, is it reliable? Pangbo didn't say anything. Pangbo knew that George was smuggling alcohol, so he must have money. If George wants Paul to help him smuggle, Paul needs to weigh whether he is willing or not. Anyway, in Pangbo's opinion, nothing big could happen. When he was caught, he sorted it out and fished it out. Then I heard George say, of course it's a regular business. I have several novels ready to be published now, and I still have 3 completed samples of patents that have not been applied for. I want to get these started, but I am still a student. I will be ready in August. I'm going to report to the university. So I'd like to ask you to help me manage the company. Oh, really? Can you tell me what types of 3 patents they are? There is nothing impossible. One is a headrest, which is nothing. The other 2 are about battery technology. There are too many shortcomings in current batteries. With the addition of my technology, it will completely change the current state of vehicle batteries. To be specific, if you are willing to come over and help me, you can go to the hotel where I am staying tomorrow. I will give you the information, and then you will handle the rest. Leave it all to me, aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Ha ha ha, of course I believe you, or I believe Pangbo more. Well, okay, then I'll think about it and I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. Okay. After saying that, the 2 clinked their wine glasses and took a sip of wine. Then Paul said he still had things to do, so he said goodbye to Pangbo and left early. After Paul left, he saw George take out an envelope from the inner pocket of his jacket. Uncle Eisen, I would like to thank you for introducing this matter. Please don't refuse. After that, he pushed the envelope away. To Pangbo. Pangbo looked at the thin envelope, shook his head, and said, George, you know, this is not why I help you. Besides, I'm just introducing you to each other. This is just a little thought. Compared with what Mori and I got, these are nothing. There will never be a shortage of wine in the future, haha. After listening to George's words, Pangbo understood that what the 2 of them had reached might be a long-term cooperation, and the amount was quite large. The profit in the middle can also be imagined, so I didn't refuse any more. After chatting for a while, the 2 got up and left Pangbo's house. The next morning, the first person to knock on George's door was Mori. When George saw the messy floor in his room, he did not invite him in, but took him to Ryan's room. As soon as he sat down, Mori said to George, I have conveyed your plan to Mr. Corleone. If you can deliver it directly to every city we designate, you can share it in proportion. Oh, Mori, I can't deliver it to every city, it would be too time-consuming. You can choose a few places and then I will arrange the delivery. There are too few places. The Corleone family is very powerful. There is no way at the moment. Maybe more city quotas can be provided in the future, but now there are only 5, both coastal and inland. There are not many people who can deliver high-quality wine in large quantities like me. Okay then, the ratio is 3:7, and you account 4%. How about that? This is impossible. I will provide the cost and transportation of the wine. Corleone is only responsible for sales. I think it is more appropriate for me to account for percent. In the end, after friendly negotiation between both parties, it was finally settled at a 5:5 split. When the second batch of goods was received, the profits from the first batch of goods were divided. Then both parties felt that they had made a fortune. Then it was agreed that the delivery locations would be in 5 cities, New York, Washington, Chicago, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, and the local contact person and address were given to George. Then the two confirmed that they would complete the dividends in New York in the future. If there were any other changes that needed to be informed in advance, Maury finally conveyed Mr. Corleone's invitation to visit him when he was free. After chatting in some details, Maury left. After Maury left, George looked at Ryan, who was sitting silently, and said, "Uncle Ryan, I want you to help me manage the winery. I don't feel confident that there are no people of my own there. I believe in the future. In 10 years there will be a hen laying eggs." Ryan smiled and said, "Okay, give me your address. When do you need me to come there?" George handed over a piece of paper with the address and said, "You can go there as soon as possible. I have made arrangements there. If you call him in advance, he will pick you up. I will go there when I am free in the future." "Well, I'll say goodbye to Pangbo and the others and set off." Then, the two chatted about the situation in the winery, and then George heard someone knocking on his door next door. George stood up, spoke to Ryan and left. "Thank you, book friend, for reading my recommendation. Vote for Cultivating the Divine Body Krogo. Thank you. Thank you all book friends. Please also collect it. The early stage of this book is about urban management, so the time span is a bit long, so please be patient. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. When George came out of Ryan's room, he saw Paul standing at the door of his room. Then George said, "Hello, hey, Paul, have you thought about this?" With that said, he opened the door to his room and invited Paul to come in and sit down. After the two entered the door, they ignored the tools scattered on the ground. "Yes, George, I've thought about it." "Well, you will be glad for your decision today." After saying that, he stood up and picked up 3 thick stacks of information from the desk. After walking back, he handed it to Paul. "First, you have to find a lawyer, and then I will issue 3 authorizations to you. One is the authorization for patent agency, one is the authorization for processing novels, and the last one is the authorization for establishing a company." After that, he handed it over. "A check for $1,000 and the newspaper's address in Really. Okay, you're at work now." "Yes, boss, what's the name of the company?" "It's called PL Company." Paul brought a lawyer at noon, and then George signed his name on the 3 authorizations drafted by the lawyer. George looked at the 2 battery prototypes on the desk, which would make it much easier in the future. In the afternoon, George put Ryan on the train again. Before leaving, George also gave Ryan a check for $1,000. I returned to the hotel alone, lying on the bed, thinking about the past few days, and slowly fell asleep. When George woke up from hunger, he took out some food from the space and ate it in the room. After eating, George did not continue to rest, but directly separated into 12 shadow clones. Controlling 10 clones to transform into peregrine falcons, one of them carried the compass he bought before, opened the window and let them fly towards Wakanda. Leaving a shadow clone in the hotel, the main body and the other shadow clone flew towards the winery. It was already daytime when I returned to the winery. I changed back with the clone and dispersed the clone. From the clone's memory, he learned that in the past few days when he returned to Washington, John came to see him, gave him an offer, then said that we could still negotiate, and then went back. George called a worker and asked him to find John, saying he wanted to see him. It was almost noon when John came over. As soon as he met, John apologized and said, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Orwell. I rushed over as soon as I got back to the bank." George poured a glass of whiskey for John, handed it to John and said, it doesn't matter, I was the one who asked you at short notice. So, how are things going at the winery? John took the wine glass. Sir, I have almost reached negotiations with a dozen other wineries. The total price now is 56, but they need cash. They have also agreed to your request. Well, things may have changed now. Now I want to buy their winery together. Also, can you help me calculate how much I need to spend if I want to connect all the land into one? Don't rush this matter. You can just make a detailed and feasible plan for me in the next month. So now you can help me collect 12 liters of wine, and you can watch and purchase it from those wineries. I only ask for speed here. Can you understand? When John heard the change at first, he thought the matter was in trouble, but who knew that George suddenly made a surprise move. The pot was ready, which instantly made him happy. He quickly replied, "No problem, I'll do it now." George looked at John walking away, mentally preparing to take a bigger step. This time I returned to Washington and decided to pay 5 liters of wine per month at a cost of $7. In other words, starting from next month, if you sell wine worth at least $200 million every month, you will receive $100 million after dividends. The net profit after removing costs is 93, and this is only the first month. As the price of alcohol on the American market increases, his profits will become even higher. This batch of 12 liters of wine will bring him at least $280 million in revenue. The key is that 3 months later is June, the day when he has to pay taxes. If the $280 million he laundered has to pay taxes, it will be a big expense. So he has to invest before then, so that he can deduct a large amount of tax. When it comes to paying taxes to the United States, pay as little as possible. George estimates that it will take up to $150 million to complete the acquisition, and there is still money to prepare for the next plan. It feels comfortable to think about it. Let Paul do the things in Washington, and let John do the winery purchasing. The capitalist atmosphere is unacceptable. Hey, I seem to have forgotten to tell Paul where the company is located. Well, not Washington, because he won't be there very often in the future. New York is good. When the company gets bigger, it will buy some buildings, and usually buy low-level insurance. When something like this happens, buy high-level insurance. Someone will help demolish the house, and the insurance company can make another profit. Yes, this plan works. Write it down for later use. Then George took the winery's horse and randomly found a worker to drive him. He went to the town's market and bought a large amount of ingredients and condiments. Returned to the winery and put everything away in categories. Tonight, he was going to cook himself and make something delicious. When he saw various Chinese spices for sale in the market, George bought a lot and put some in the space. Since getting the cooking skills and recipes from Xiao Deng's family, George has never cooked twice. And because of the lack of condiments before, the steak was fried like this. I finally got in the mood to cook a meal today, and of course it was Chinese cuisine. Then there was a clanking sound in the kitchen. 4 or 10 minutes later, a dish of sweet shrimps, a dish of boiled fish, a dish of braised pork, a dish of Westlake lean pork soup, a bottle of whiskey was opened, and George had another delicious meal. After eating, he sat by the fireplace with a glass of wine and got a clone to clean the kitchen. He didn't take it back and just let him go to practice his wings. I mentally reminded myself that I needed to hire some servants. It's like there's no one driving in the afternoon. Those who eat and cook also need one. After Ryan comes, he will not cook. I still need to clean up. I need to buy a car. Well, I need one here, and 2 after I return to Washington. I need to make the electric starter myself, so that when I need to talk to others, I can drive it directly. How intuitive! After thinking about it, George fell asleep. Fortunately, with his current physical condition, he won't get sick, but sleeping on the sofa is uncomfortable. Then George spent a few days leisurely at the winery. Then on April 4 St, George pulled out a shooting skill and fighting skill called Deadshot from the world of Suicide Squad. Deadshot is a mercenary and professional killer. He is known as the deadliest shooter in the world and the most accurate shooter on the planet. His use of firearms has reached the level where man and gun become one, and he can, when shooting, use bullet rebound to hit the target accurately. But the problem is that George can't even try now because he doesn't have a gun. The space was full of collectibles, and he couldn't bear to use them for gun practice. But I still made 2 clones to practice my gun skills. It's the kind of thing where you hold a gun but don't shoot. Anyway, it's part of the skill, so practice it. John also delivered wine in the past 2 days. That night, George packed the wine into the space according to 3 quality levels, with a ratio of 0.5:1:8.5. Of course, there is more than just this quality of good wine that he received in this wine cellar. The wine just loaded is to be sent out for sale. Then George asked John to help introduce some servants. 5 people came this morning, a driver, a cook, a gardener who can also take care of the horses, and 2 cleaners. George took a look and found that they were all pretty good. He could see that John had put his heart into it. With 12 yuan worth of wine, he wouldn't have to come here for a long time. Because this place is relatively far from Washington, and the key is already abroad, George has already finished handling the matter before Ryan arrives. I told the servants in the villa that someone will be coming over in 2 days, so just ask them to listen to Ryan. Then that night, a shadow clone was left and turned into a bird as a means of communication. George is preparing to return to the United States. Then when George returned to the United States, he remembered that there was still express delivery that had not been delivered, so he found a nearby place according to the contact address he gave before and took the wine out of the space. After taking it out, give the address of the wine to the contact person in a clone. Seeing the disbelief on his first contact's face, George wanted to laugh. However, George did not come forward, and even sent the letter by transforming into a peregrine falcon. George made his last stop in Washington because there would be no dividends this time. In the future, George will use New York as his last destination because the Corleone family's headquarters is there, so he can pay nearly $1 million in one-time payment. However, this method of money laundering cannot last long. I believe no one is a fool. Winning so much money at a gambling hall at a fixed time every month will definitely arouse suspicion. He needs to figure this out in advance. Back in Washington, George first summoned back several clones who had been sent out to Red. The memory was instilled into the main body. It happened that George had been flying in the sky for several days. Although his avatar was flying with him, he was still very tired, so he went to bed to rest. However, the subconscious mind is still receiving the books that the clone has been reading these days. After George woke up the next day, he continued to separate and go to the library to read. Then in my memory, the situation in Africa also appeared. George knew that this was the clone he sent to deliver the message to him. Then George ate something and lay back down, focusing on his clone over there. The consciousness woke up from the avatar and looked forward along the line of sight. In the valley ahead, there are many people, and these black people are all wearing bright clothes, which is completely different from the kind of slash-and-burn farming that George influenced. Has this been found? In fact, it didn't take much time for George's multiple shadow clones to fly to Africa. The distance from Washington to Africa is only over 1 kilometers. According to the speed of a peregrine falcon, including rest in between, it only takes 2 days. However, there are no obvious landmarks in Africa. Although George saw the location of Wakanda on the map in the library, he still used carpet rows to finally find Wakanda in this valley. George knew the hypocrisy of this country from the information he recalled about Wakanda. It has been isolated for a long time. On the surface, it is a poor and backward agricultural country. In fact, it is the most technologically advanced country on Earth, with a unique and rare resource, vibranium, sound-absorbing steel. The rulers of the past were called Black Panthers, and their guards were Labrika. The most special resource in Wakanda is vibranium. During World War II, 1 gram of it was worth $. With this rare mineral, Wakanda, a small African country, has become one of the best economies in the world. But due to isolationism, they will only conduct relevant transactions when necessary. Vibranium has many uses, and is mainly used in military development. Special models of Sentinel robots, Captain America's shield, etc. are all made of this metal. After World War II, Wakanda also adopted vibranium and advanced education. They sent a large number of agents to various countries around the world to learn advanced knowledge from the outside world. This makes Wakanda's technological level unique in the world. The most important object of belief in Wakanda's religious worship is the Black Panther god. This is an alien god. When the new leader of Wakanda becomes the Black Panther god will meet him in his consciousness. The more he recalled the information about Wakanda, the less favorable George became towards this country. Your country is obviously very technologically advanced, but you still pretend to be poor every day. This can be said to be your country's hobby. Seeing his compatriots being sold as slaves, he never spoke up. Prince T'Challa's fiancé went to rescue African refugees and was educated. Although it can be seen as cold-blooded, it is your country's own business and it is nothing. But even after they have dispatched agents, it is a bit shameless to talk about seclusion. Co-authoring is something from other countries. Wakanda can steal it, but no one in Wakanda can touch it. What's even more interesting is that as the first-generation Black Panther, the king of Wakanda, who had eaten the heart-shaped grass, pretended to be an ordinary person and promoted the Kosovia Accords. The key is that you are still dead. What about your abilities? Even if you are old, where are your vibranium clothes? All of you in Wakanda have a vibranium combat suit, and then a king was affected and died. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong here. It can be said that the heroic civil war in the later period has part of their credit. Thank you to bookfriend 202004031754361998 for your recommendation vote. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Heart-Shaped Grass. Chapter 19 Heart-Shaped Grass. Looking at the valley in front of me that has not been protected by the protective shield, and the city built on the mountain. George thought about the vibranium and heart-shaped grass contained inside, which were both good things. George controlled the remaining 9 shadow clones to become a kind of bird in Africa, and explored the vibranium mines and where the heart-shaped grass was planted. Then George regained consciousness. In the afternoon, Maury personally came over and invited George to have dinner with him, but George didn't go and declined because he had something to do. It's not time to pay dividends here, so eating together is just to increase the relationship. George had no interest in this kind of entertainment at all. Controlling a shadow clone to notify Paul, George lay on the desk and started drawing. An hour later, Paul knocked on the door. After Paul came in, George gave Paul a glass of wine. Are things going smoothly? Are there any difficulties? Well, boss, I was just about to report to you. The novel of Mice and Men that you wrote at the newspaper is almost at the end. The newspaper has responded very well, and a publisher has already come to me to talk about publishing it. Another Questions for Smart Children has also been discussed a lot recently, and I am planning to discuss both books with the publisher. Then he took a short break and continued, the patent matter is already being handled, and it will take a month at the earliest. I am now choosing an address for the company. After the address is selected, I will immediately register the company. Well, you can be responsible for negotiating with them. You can give in a little bit in terms of profits, but you have to keep up with the publicity. Boss, there should be no problem with publicity. Now their newspaper sales have increased because of our novel. If you announce that you are the author of this novel, there will probably be a lot of people looking for your autograph. Then we have to hurry up. Then, we can have a book signing party. George said with a smile. In the United States, the status of a best-selling novel writer is very popular. George's purpose in writing a book is to make himself famous, and reputation is sometimes very useful. George glanced at the information on the table, remembered something, and said to Paul, Paul, I decided to set up the company in New York. It won't be June when the patent is issued, so you can make another appointment on June th. Booth at the 5-day New York Tech Expo. Also, Here is a set of patent application documents. You can take them with you later. They must also be completed before the exhibition. Paul looked at the pile of documents and knew in his heart that these technologies would be like batteries, able to change the pattern of an industry. Being able to participate, Paul is now grateful for his previous choice. Also, help me contact Coca-Cola's shareholders and let me see if they want to sell their shares. It's okay if the price is higher. I don't need to charge too much. I just need to charge 10% first. This can be discussed slowly. George remembered that Coca-Cola only completed a change of ownership in 1919, and the current owner acquired it for less than $300 million. This timing is very interesting. It was right before Prohibition. So it can be seen that this person has a very deep background. Therefore, George did not expect to be able to eat all the Coca-Cola. This was unrealistic. But George believes that if only a small part of the shares are purchased at a high price, these shareholders will still agree. The two talked about setting up a company again. He asked George to collect information on several promising companies and then sent him back. The company's affairs are still in the preparation stage. They are just some errands. There is no need to spend too much thought on them yet. In the next few days, George went to the library to take back the clones and then send them out again. Now George has been able to create 40 multiple shadow clones for a long time, and they are still the same. However, some things still need to be done personally. 2 days later, George again received the memories of a doppelganger. They have found the heart-shaped grass and vibranium warehouse. After George separated into 2 shadow clones, one stayed behind while the main body and the other began to fly towards Wakanda. Thanks to the efforts of the clone, 2 days later, George's transformed bird was already standing on the head of the Black Panther god of Wakanda. The mine in Wakanda is behind this statue, which was accidentally discovered by the shadow clone. George is waiting now. The mine is not the primitive big hole that George thought before, but a more advanced mechanical door. He needs to follow others in. Not long after George landed, he saw a team of female guards guarding an adult and a child walking towards them. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, the guard at the door knelt down to greet him. George estimated that these were the current royal family members of Wakanda. In George's eyes, black people all looked the same and he couldn't tell them apart. Moreover, what they spoke was not English, and he couldn't understand them at all. After George flew into the cave, he was completely stunned by the scene inside the cave. Inside the entire cave, it was as bright as day, and boxes of raw ore were transported directly into one of the rooms by a conveyor belt. The person who just entered left from the passage on the left, and before leaving, he specifically glanced at George's changing bird, but fortunately there was no other action. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, George did not continue to follow. Even if George knew, following these people in would lead to big gains. However, the current goal has not been achieved. There is no need to pay attention together. George continued to fly deeper into the cave, and saw tall and strong black men here using some machinery to collect pieces of ore from the mountain. George knew that these should be the original ores of vibranium mines. Vibranium is a rare extraterrestrial metallic substance known to exist in many forms on Earth, with the largest known deposits coming from meteorites that fell to Earth approximately 1 year ago. There are some in other places, but the best use of vibranium has to be in Wakanda. George did not move these primitive ores because he did not know how to refine them and did not have the corresponding tools. George flew back to the entrance of the cave he had just entered, then found a place on the mountain wall opposite the mine where he could see the entrance of the cave, and waited quietly. About an hour passed before George saw the group of people walking out again. After the hole closed again, George flew up again. This time George flew forward following the conveyor belt, passing through 4 rooms before arriving at a warehouse, where the refined vibranium metal was placed neatly on the shelves in individual bottles. Even Stark buys things by the gram, here at least by the ton. In fact, this thing has no effect on George now. It was impossible for him to sell them for money, he just wanted to collect some. Moreover, the security measures here are very poor. George felt that he had to tell Wakanda that it should be more cautious about such precious things. Therefore, George thinks it is completely reasonable to charge security consultant fees. Then, George flew to the innermost part of the warehouse and transformed back into his physical form. I saw George passing through the storage bottles one by one with his hands, and he put these storage bottles containing vibranium into the space. George stopped after collecting about 4 tons of vibranium. This should be enough for him to use in the future. Then George returned from the original route, and when the mining Wakandans finished their work and left for the day, they also left the mine with them. After flying out of the mine, George flew directly to the palace. Because the clone had previously investigated and found that the cave where the heart-shaped grass was planted was inside the palace. Flying according to the previously explored route, George found that except for 2 guards at the door, there were no guards at all inside the palace. Therefore, George just dodged a few waves of maids and arrived safely in the cave where the heart-shaped grass was planted. In front of George's eyes, there was a small patch of green vines in the cave, with palm-sized purple flowers like morning glory standing among the vines. There is a fruit in the middle of these trumpet-like stamens. These fruits are the heart-shaped grass, Wakanda's sacred object. This plant, mutated by vibranium energy infection, is one of the few pharmaceuticals that can transform the human body without side effects. George looked at the dozen herbs in front of him and squatted down to collect 3. After achieving his goal, George turned into a bird again and finally flew away from Wakanda without stopping. After leaving Wakanda, George took back all the clones he had sent here. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no point in leaving the clone here anymore. As for when Wakanda discovered that the vibranium and heart-shaped grass were stolen, and whether they would be in a panic, it had nothing to do with him. 3 days later, George came to his PL winery. In the wine cellar, he met Ryan, who was learning wine tasting from Allison. "Uncle Ryan, long time no see." After saying this, he gave Ryan a big hug. "It didn't take long." "Haha, I didn't expect you to manage such a big winery here." After saying hello to Allison, the two left the wine cellar. Back in the living room of the villa, after the two sat down, a servant brought coffee. "Uncle Ryan, how are you? Are you still used to being here?" "Haha, it's nice here. Basically nothing happens. I still have time to learn winemaking techniques from Allison and the others. Just get used to it. This will be my base for providing drinks to Maury from now on, so this place is very important. Now, several cities in Vancouver that are close to the US border can still satisfy the amount of smuggled wine. When they can't, this place will definitely attract covetous attention. So you must pay attention to safety." George also told Ryan about the importance of the winery. After saying that, he stood up and said to Ryan, "Let's go to your room and show you something good." After that, he went to the kitchen to get something. The two came to Ryan's bedroom. George took out the heart-shaped grass, took out the tools he had just taken from the kitchen, and turned the heart-shaped grass into liquid. Then he said to Ryan, "Uncle Ryan, this is a very rare plant. The plant can greatly improve the functions of the human body. I think it should be able to cure your injuries. Is this also prepared by your teacher? But it is better to leave such a good thing for your use. I am safe here, and you are the most important." Ryan looked at the purple liquid in the cup with a hopeful look. Said, "Don't worry, I have it too. I'll take it myself later." "Okay, what do I need to prepare?" Ryan asked anxiously. "Haha, no need, you just need to lie down." Ryan said nothing this time, took the water glass, and drank the liquid slowly. But it probably wouldn't taste very good, so he drank it and frowned. George saw Ryan fall asleep after drinking. He didn't stay any longer and went directly back to his room. I also made a drink, drank it and lay down on the bed. The reason why George felt confident about drinking it directly was that he knew that the heart-shaped grass had no side effects, and he also knew that both the Black Panther and the Golden Leopard just fell asleep after drinking it. Therefore, George used this heart-shaped grass with confidence. As for whether it can be treated, of course it can point. One of the most critical functions of heart-shaped grass is to greatly improve the functions of the human body, including self-healing ability. Also, I remember that in the movie, the Black Panther was scratched with several long wounds on his body by the leopard at the beginning. But after drinking the heart-shaped grass, the scars are gone. This is not self-healing. Of course, it doesn't matter even if Ryan can't be cured. He can just cure him in the future. There are so many worlds that can always be extracted. After drinking the concoction, George's consciousness slowly sank, and then he didn't know anything else. He didn't see anything like in the movies, which George thought was a good thing. After all, he was not from Wakanda, so it would be embarrassing to see the leopard god or the former king. When I woke up and looked at the time, it was already evening. George, who was very hungry, came to the kitchen and saw that Ryan had woken up and was feasting in the restaurant. George also asked the chef to make him steaks for 3 people, and then sat down opposite Ryan. "How's it going, Uncle Ryan? Did it work?" Ryan didn't say anything. He stood up and walked around the restaurant. Then he sat down and said, "Thank you, George." After saying that, Ryan poured a glass of red wine for George, clinked it, and drank it in one gulp. Thanks to book friend Little Miracle Doctor's legitimate daughter use IAI Orange for your recommendation vote, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Expanding the Winery. Chapter 20 Expanding the Winery. The next week, George accompanied Ryan to familiarize himself with the new power. So far, George does not have a specific value for his strength and combat effectiveness. Before acquiring Deadshot's marksman and fighting abilities, George could only suppress the enemy with his strong basic physical fitness. But with these 2 abilities, he completely made up for his shortcomings. It can be said that even if he faces Captain America now, he has the confidence to fight against him. The 2 had just finished training that day when the servant came to inform them that John was coming to visit. George asked someone to give John a glass of wine, and then John waited in the reception room for a while, then went back to the room to take a shower and change clothes before coming out. Back in the reception room, John and Ryan were already chatting happily. "Hello, John." "Hello, Mr. Orwell. Why, come to me so early? Has the previously arranged matter made any progress?" George said when he saw the document John put on the coffee table. "Yes, Mr. Orwell. Mainly because of the prohibition on alcohol in Canada in the past 3 years, wineries in this part of town have run into problems. Moreover, they heard that the wages offered by your current winery are very high, so if you acquire their winery, they hope that you will continue to work for you by giving priority to their workers. Moreover, they hope to receive the same level of wages as the workers at PL Winery." When John saw George asking, he did not hide it, but directly conveyed all the requests from other wineries. John knew that these winery owners really wanted to find someone who could buy their winery. There used to be more than 30 wineries in the town, but later nearly 20 wineries were converted into farmland during Canada's nearly 4-year alcohol prohibition. The rest are grapevines that have been in operation for a long time and have reached their age. If they are directly replaced with other crops, the losses will be huge. Moreover, grapevines that have been planted for many years cannot simply be pulled out and leveled before other crops can be planted directly. The intermediate soil cultivation and fertilization require a large investment of capital and time. Now there are people who are willing to take over, and if the conditions are right, they are still willing to cooperate. All of these can be discussed. As long as the requirements of the winery are met, it is not impossible to keep all these workers. So, have you completed the plan I asked you to make before? It's done. Here, take a look first. After saying that, John first opened a map of the town, then opened a plan, and handed it to George. George first read the plan. After reading it for a while, he picked up the map and studied it for a while. Then, I will catch my eye and start planning slowly. According to John's plan, all the 16 existing wineries in the town will be acquired and then part of the land will be purchased. When connected together, they form a concave-shaped terrain that semi-surrounds the town. In addition, PL Winery has a bulge at the bottom of the concave shape. Spread over 8,000 acres, it produces primarily cool climate varieties such as Riesling, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, and Cabernet Franc. In the future, more than 600 million liters of wine will be produced annually. If you only count 16 wineries, there aren't many, but if they are to be connected together according to George's idea, then this is the land included in it. But the price is not high. Agriculture has developed rapidly in the United States in recent years, and George's own farm was sold for just over $40. The price, including all the wine inventory, brewery, and land, was only $120 million, which was far lower than George's previous estimate of $150 million. George still has about 30 yuan in cash. If he signs the contract 1 month later, he can get his dividend back this month. If added together, it will be enough to pay the price of all the land. However, George knew that if he wanted to integrate all 11,000 acres of land, he still needed to continue investing. And, it's almost summer, and the first wave of minor economic crises is coming. George was also going to make more preparations at this time. George felt that he needed to make a quick buck. George just thought for a while and said to John, "John, I can buy all these lands, and the benefits can be the same as those of PL Winery now. But there is still some room for this price. So, I still need you to talk to them." Finally, George once again used the incentive method and negotiated a partial 115% of John's bonus last night based on $3 million. Then John said goodbye and left. There were still many things he needed to be busy with. After John left, Ryan said, "George, you purchased so much land at one time, are there any problems with your funds?" George took a sip from the wine glass and chuckled, "Uncle Ryan, don't worry, I already have a plan." Ryan, holding the wine glass in his hand, nodded and said nothing. Just now, George had already figured out how to raise the money. The fastest way is to rob, which is more troublesome, and there may not be so much cash in the bank, and it will be troublesome to use it openly. So George directly chose to gamble. The next day, George said goodbye to Lane. Reno, Nevada. Later, Reno was known as the second largest casino city in Nevada, but from the perspective of the history of the gaming industry, Reno is the originator of Las Vegas. It is said that more than half a century ago, some rich people came to Reno with a lot of money and wanted to turn Reno into what Las Vegas is today. However, Reno held a referendum and unanimously opposed turning their homes into become a big casino. It is precisely because of this that Las Vegas was created in later generations. The rise of the gambling industry in Las Vegas was only after 1945, so of course George came here after his inquiry. George walked into the Silver Heritage Hotel in the city center. In the middle of the casino lobby, there was a silver mining machine from the gold rush era. The hotel's promotional brochure states that Nevada's gold reserves rank third in the world, and it was also the first place where Americans went to the west to pan for gold and silver. The huge silver machine standing in the center of the hotel seems to be telling the story of Renault back then. On the ceiling of the hotel lobby, the process of silver mining back then was repeatedly played. But this has nothing to do with the purpose of George's visit today. When the hotel attendant saw George walking into the hotel, he immediately greeted him, "Dear sir, hello, welcome to Silver Heritage. Would you like to check in or play a few games first?" George just nodded and told the waiter to exchange the chips. Then George was taken to the entrance of a hall, and the person leading the way was replaced by a beautiful woman with a gorgeous dress and a hot figure. The chips were exchanged on the left side of the hall, and George directly exchanged one chips. Then, led by Emma, he walked into the casino. Within a few minutes of George entering the casino, 10 more people exchanged about 5,000 chips and entered the casino one after another. These 10 are all George's shadow clones, and they are the trump card that George is confident of winning money tonight. With these 10 multiple shadow clones that have the same senses as the main body, it is still very advantageous when playing some gambling. Just like the Texas Hold'em poker that George wants to play. This game is usually played by a team of 2 to 10 people. Then, George won $50 at a table. Then, after George tipped Emma's lady a large chip, George was ready to leave. George went to the chip exchange office, exchanged the chips for cash, and deposited them directly into the bank at the counter of the Bank of America next door. Then just when George was about to walk out of the Silver Heritage Hotel and change to a casino to continue gambling, George discovered that he seemed to be being followed. Because the longer George was transformed by space energy, the more acute his five senses became. That malicious look fell on George, and George felt like he was being pricked with needles. George didn't panic or make any move to escape. Instead, he kept taking detours on the road, heading towards dark places. Knowing that George had entered a dead end, the 5 men who had been following him pulled out their guns and blocked the way. George also pretended to be scared and said, "What do you want to do?" One of the leaders said, "What are you doing?" "I just saw that my friend seems to have won a lot, and I am going to invite you back as a guest. I can borrow some money to spend." Several other people also showed their yellow teeth and laughed strangely. "Oh, that's right. What, boy, are you stupid?" The people blocking the road burst into laughter after saying this. George also looked at each other with a smile, and then saw a figure appearing behind several people. In just a moment, a line of blood appeared on the necks of 4 of them. Only the leader was left alive, but the hand holding the gun also left his body. The figure that appears behind him is his true form, and the one in front is just his shadow clone. After all, safety is the most important thing, and he has no interest in pretending to be sexy and acting stupid. After all dangers were eliminated, George walked to the person with one hand left and said, "I ask, you answer. If you answer wrong, I will let you know how lucky they are." After speaking, he pointed. 4 bodies had fallen to the ground. The leader of the gang covered his broken arm with one hand and fell to the ground, looking at the person in front of him in horror. He felt that this person was not a human being at all, but a complete devil. "You devil, don't kill me. We are from the Jewish gang. You can't escape even if you kill me. You still know how to scare me." After saying that, George stepped on the broken hand with his foot, and the person under his feet let out a miserable howl. Spare me, I will say anything." Then, under a friendly exchange between the two, the little guy told him all the information about the Jewish gang that he had just mentioned. According to the gangster's account, and said that this hotel is now managed by a Jewish gang. Since he won a large sum of money today, a gang leader arranged for them to get the money back. And these thugs just wanted to take George back and beat him dry before dealing with it. This kind of thing couldn't be easier for them, but this time they hit the wall. From the mouth of this little gangster, I learned that the Jewish gang not only managed 2 casinos here, but also ran a loan company nearby and managed more than 200 prostitutes. Their headquarters is on the 2nd floor of the lending company, and the 3rd floor is where they store their money. On the last 3 days of each month, the Jewish gang will tally up all the income for the month, and then wait for the boss of the Jewish gang to hand over the profits before dividing the accounts. Among the people below, there were only a few days until the day when the Jewish gang had to remit their accounts. George looked at the 5 people lying on the ground in front of him, and originally wanted to use legal methods to make a quick buck. Who knows? Some people don't want to settle down. 5 firearms were taken away, including 4 Colt M1911s, a British Webley MKVI revolver, and several magazines. George turned around and left here, and someone would naturally pick up the body. As soon as George turned onto the main road, he saw 2 people supporting each other and staggering towards the alley here. Not wanting to cause trouble, George turned sideways and let the person pass. Then he took a few quick steps and was ready to leave this place of right and wrong. It happened that George saw several thugs with guns in their hands rushing towards this side, shouting, "Quick, catch up with those 2 yellow-skinned pigs." Hearing what these people said, George immediately stopped. These people passed by George, and one of them bumped into George. However, George directly let go of the other party's shoulder, and the other party staggered instead, but perhaps considering that there was something else ahead, he just glared at George and left quickly. After they all entered the alley, George took out an M1911 from the space and followed the footsteps in front of him and entered the alley again. End of this chapter.